Good evening, everyone, and welcome. We thank you for being here with us this evening. The September 16, 2024 board meeting of the Montgomery County Board of Education is called to order. It is 5:00 p.m. Again, I said good evening, but good afternoon. We'd like to remind you to please mute all electronic devices. And at this time, we welcome Pastor Cedric Fluker of Bell Resurrected Baptist Church to bring our invocation. Welcome.
Let us pray. Our wise and eternal God, we thank you, Lord, first and foremost for this opportunity to assemble together, God, as educators, as concerned citizens, parents, communities, those who are concerned. Father, we pray for this meeting that your presence would be here. First and foremost, we thank you, Lord, for those who have the courage to lead. Thank you for our board. Thank you for our superintendent. Thank you for all of those in central office and every principal of every school, teachers, support staff. And above all else, we thank you for our students, for this is truly about them. Father, we're praying tonight, Lord, that you would give us more solutions than problems. Help us to have more answers than questions. Lord, let every decision be reflective of children and their importance and their significance, and let them always be the focal point of our dialogue. Help our discussions be civil. And Lord, we pray that your Holy Spirit will just be in this place. We pray, Lord, that even as a community, that we don't sit on the sidelines of criticism, but that we will engage in meaningful actions that bring about change. Lord, we pray for success for our education system here in Montgomery, so that every child can feel significance no matter what side of the tracks they were born. Bless, again, Lord, all school communities. We thank you for every person that does any single thing in this district to support the uplifting of a child. And finally, Lord, we ask that we will all be good stewards of this greatness potential that you have given us in the way of children. Let us not be involved only on tonight, because we know tomorrow will come. Let us be involved all the time, 24/7, doing what we can for the betterment of our children, our community, our world. Bless this meeting. Have your way. In Jesus' name that I pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor Fluker. At this time, we invite each of you to stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. There are 7 board members present. I declare that a quorum is present. Our agenda has been posted for our review. We do have a revised copy before us. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda?
I motion that we approve the agenda.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded that we do approve this agenda. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll take the vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. It is unanimous. At this time, I will make a few remarks. Today, we would like to reflect on the extraordinary leadership of our superintendent and our district leadership, the vision and dedication of those who have guided us through a remarkable growth and transformation. Their leadership, with very innovative approaches, have left an indelible mark on our district, and we are forever grateful for the service of those who lead us. We thank the vast number of Montgomeryans for reaching out and sharing your support and prayers over the past few days. As we move forward, we must be prepared to move forward in unity and in strength. Together, we must continue to dismantle the constraints that have held us back and foster a spirit of innovation and boldness within every facet of our community and the work that we do. We recognize as a board that we need you, our community, and your voices as we continue on our growth journey. We recognize that together we will create a new and progressive path forward. Regardless of how this evening ends up, we hope that you will join us as we move forward, committed to building on the foundation of innovation that has been laid by our superintendent and his administration. We will embrace new ideas and fresh approaches as we move forward to solve the various challenges before us. Collaboration is key. Our strength comes from our ability to work together across our differences, united in our shared goals for a brighter future. Today, we do call for unity and collective action as we work to break from the systemic limitations and the barriers that have held us back for so long, and to build a community that reflects the hopes and dreams of all of its members. Additionally, we proudly celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, honoring the rich culture, history, and contributions of the Hispanic and Latino communities. Together, we do recognize the vibrant traditions and the lasting impact that cultures do continue to play as they help to shape our society. The next item on the agenda will be board recognitions. Ms. Jones, welcome.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Brown, and board members. It is a true honor to have State Senator Kirk Hatcher come before us tonight to share more about his contributions to our schools that will benefit several programs and inspire our students. I will now ask for our senator to share more about these generous contributions. Let's welcome Senator Hatcher.
Thank you, Jade. Madam President, Dr. Brown, members of the board, always happy to come with good news. And it is good news because, of course, one of the things we do, since I serve on the Education Budget Committee in our Senate body, as well as Education Policy, I think I've, in a short span of time, earned the tag as the education legislator. So it's always good to have that because we know what happens when people are not properly educated. I do want to, before sharing this, because I received obviously the news that perhaps may bring so many others out before I make the presentation to you. One of the concerns that we even had in the last session, which I'm still recovering from, is the concern around what happened when we passed our ad valorem tax. And when we passed that tax, as many of you know, certainly, Madam Chair, we've talked about this. One of the things that happened is, you know, we passed it. There were a couple of things that I absolutely did not particularly like. I did not like the sunset clause, and I certainly did not like the time when the resources would be dispersed. What we knew would happen is that this board, we had a series of things on the agenda for building projects for our school system. Quite a number, I think exceeding probably 30. But because of inflation, we lost a significant amount of money. When I say significant, I'm talking about millions of dollars. One of the things that I have sought to do, and certainly began doing even more directly in the last session, was to push for us to be able to recover those resources that we lost. What happens all too often, whether we like it or not, I do know that we do have some of the individuals, both in leadership and members of that committee, Education Budget Committee, who have a tendency to remind us of the things that we would rather not be reminded of. And one such thing is always around the stability of our system and stability as it relates to leadership. What I am concerned about today, because I would have postponed delivering this, because I do not do, most people who do know me know that I am certainly not a person who delves into perfunctory. I do believe in doing things substantively. But as circumstances would have it, I am here this evening, sharing this at this moment. I am deeply troubled by the news of Dr. Brown's departure from our system. Deeply troubled. Now, to be clear and brief, I did not come to make any sort of political statements. That's not what this is about. Here's what it is about, however. We do know, certainly all of us city leaders, elected and otherwise, and for sure the mayor and our chamber, one of the things that we know to be absolute concerns for any economic development that occurs in any city, and ours is not excluded. At the top of that list is the concern for public safety. Second is education. When we worked vigorously to get this ad valorem tax passed, House Bill 500 was an incredible feat. And when we take taxpayers' money with the intention of being accountable for that, that is a real concern that I think our people should raise, when in fact, if I am correct, I believe that the seniors this year, when they were in middle school, the departure of Dr. Brown would have gone through 4 superintendents. Now, something's wrong with that. And it's going to need to be corrected, and very soon. I do want to thank you, Dr. Brown, for your service. 2 years is a very short span of time to execute anything, but especially when you inherit, in many instances, some of the things that we were challenged by. I do want to thank the board leadership that brought you on board here, doing what it is you have done. I want to take an opportunity before parting to also thank you, Mr. Watts. You all made the job much easier trying to get resources for our system. And we have been able to garner millions of dollars for our school system, to include a special project that's unique to my heart with pre-K. So I do hope that I have confidence in the members of this board that eventually, without a doubt, we will do the right thing for not only our young people, but for the families as well that we serve. Because as far as I'm concerned, the best I can offer you is I am deeply, deeply concerned about this current moment that we find ourselves in. I do hope that that we can have, that we'll have going forward, a very civilized meeting around these different issues. But I do know that I'm probably not alone in expressing my deep, deep dismay with the news that I was confronted with. Having said that, I do want to, there are 36 of our schools that I'd like to give this community grant check to of $195,000. And I do want to be certain that, that when we get the capital grant that we had last year, thankfully, we were able to get at least $5 million into a couple of our programs. One that's really unique to my heart was the $2 million we did manage to get to Morning View School, because they're doing, as so many of our programs, such an incredible job at that particular school. It is important that we do the work. And before we get on any sort of social media sites and anything else, it is important that we live up to what we say we want to do and then do it, because we're held accountable for that. So I thank you. I believe Mr. Watts is receiving this. So,
We most certainly do thank you, Senator Hatcher. At this time, we have public comments. Mr. William Gaillard wants to address us. Is he in the building? Okay, we don't have Mr. Gaillard, and so we will move at this time to our citizens' comments. And we have two persons who are signed up. Mr. Jamel Brown, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. First, let me say this. Thank you for your strong leadership. You're a great board chairman. About time we got somebody that know what they're doing. Secondly, before you all approve anything, I think we ought to hold this out when it comes to this superintendent. I think he has done a great job for MPS, and I've been fighting for over 20-some years for kids and for a better school system, for a better city, and I ain't seen no superintendent that could do what he do. That's number one. Number two, Madam Chairwoman, and I ain't gonna be able to say it all. I'm gonna say it all after this meeting. We got 3 board members up there that is holding this board back. And they need to be called out. They need to be exposed for their foolishness, along with everybody in the system that's backing them. There are individuals that, okay, hold my time now.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
I got 3 minutes.
Yes, you have 3 minutes, but we don't do personal attacks.
I'm not attacking about president. I said you have 3 board members. On the rules, it said don't call no names. I didn't call nobody name. So can I proceed? I'm not calling nobody name.
Okay, let's not be negative.
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
Let me continue. You got people that are mad because our board, because our superintendent got a good relationship with a great mayor of the city that's trying to bridge the gap and do positive things. But you got 3 people that are trying to hold it back.
Thank you.
Those that was elected, they're no longer elected in their ear, and you got some at City Hall doing the same thing. But we ain't gonna allow it, and we ain't gonna tolerate it. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. And one problem is that I did not read the directions for what should be the decorum that should be held as you speak to us. We do know that you should have signed up, and each of those did. The items must be on the agenda. The agenda topics to be addressed must be identified. They did say item 18. Individual comments, we know, should not exceed the 3 minutes. Communications must be respectful. Discussing specific students or employee matters will not be allowed. Individuals who have concerns that are inappropriate to be solved in this venue are welcome to seek a problem-solving meeting with the superintendent. Immediate feedback by the board may not be provided. However, you may be contacted for follow-up by the superintendent or designee. The board chairman has full authority to terminate the remarks of any person whose comments contain personal attacks, exceed the time limit, or are otherwise inappropriate. A speaker may be considered disruptive who continues to speak when their allotted time has ended, when asked to stop speaking by the board chair, or is otherwise inappropriate. If a person fails to comply when asked to terminate comments, he or she will be escorted to their seats out of the auditorium or off MPS property, depending on the level of disruption. The board does reserve the right to remove any disruptive visitor from the meeting, and a copy of these procedures is available online. We do thank each of you for your participation in our meetings. Thank you. At this time, we welcome Ms. Anna Buckaloo.
President Coleman, and if I can ask those that are also behind me in our comments this afternoon that we didn't want to take up so much time on the agenda but can stand or come here with us would be greatly appreciated. Item 18B on today's agenda deals with a personnel matter as we understand it, and based on the hundreds, literally, of phone calls, emails, and texts received today by countless business and elected leaders and myself, we expect it deals with the resignation letter submitted by Superintendent Dr. Melvin Brown. By now, you have all seen the Chamber's formal response to Dr. Brown's resignation. We do have a copy of that, should anyone like to have it. The potential loss of his leadership is a staggering and unnecessary blow in a hard-fought transformation that has brought new confidence and momentum to MPS. Unfortunately, after seeing some of the comments made to the media by a few members of the board over the weekend, I feel like I should summarize that position to be even a little more succinct. And Dr. Coleman said it so well in her opening comments that we must dismantle old mindsets and we must approach the future with unity, because this momentum that we have achieved and the momentum we have to fuel us moving forward will be powered by this unity. Dr. Brown has brought a new level of leadership to our public schools, and the only failure of leadership here will be if our board or any member of this board lets him slip through our fingers as a result of personal agendas or a desire to mismanage or inappropriately micromanage this school system themselves. That is not the board's responsibility, as you well know. We appreciate the board's leadership. Those of you who have supported Dr. Brown's work, you know that we have appealed to the board for many months now to provide testimony to what we see the difference he is making in our school system. This transformation has been remarkable. So we're here tonight to make sure that this board knows we support his leadership. We are disappointed if he is allowed to leave, and stand ready to assist in any way possible with community support. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda will be items for information, beginning with the relocation of the Todd Road project. Welcome again, Mr. Glenn Slater.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Brown, good afternoon. This is the relocation of the Todd Road project, which is the phase one of the Percy Julian High School. We bid it back in the last part of August, And we had 4 bidders that came in. The low bid was 2.5. We had a 2.8, 3.7, and 4.4. The 3 lower bids were all local Montgomery contractors, and the 4.4 bid was out of a contractor out of Mobile. This road runs parallel to the north boundary of the property and ties into the boulevard just on the north end of the property, and it ties back into Todd Road where the police and the fire people can get back to that neighborhood again. Okay. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Are there questions of Mr. Yes.
Now, it went from a question to a comment. That's what one of my concerns was about the road. I know it's a straight shot in, both ends from the boulevard over to, I forget the name of the other street.
Well, Todd Road runs parallel to the boulevard.
Yeah, to the
And
boulevard.
then Hodge is coming off of the boulevard by the new gas station there, whatever the name of it is.
right behind it.
Matco or Circle K.
So it will not interfere with anything with the residents. That's what I wanted to know.
Correct.
Okay.
What this is doing is instead of cutting the residents off that are back there and have to go all the way back to Wetumpka Road to come back out, they will be able to, the police will now be able to come straight off of the boulevard, and they'll have 2 connections.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Keith?
Madam President, I have one. I wanted to ask, I know, since we had to kind of reroute things to Todd Road, that added to the price, the cost. We had one time had problems, or who was going to, were we going to get any help? Did you check any of that on that
Well,
as far as price?
Some help from.
From maybe the city or something like that, because we
It's
ran
still-
into that
it's-
wall.
Yeah, it's still not at the end of it.
Okay.
And there's also some, we've got to do some water infrastructure upgrades on the boulevard as well. But it's hopefully the partnership will still be there, but we need to move and get the contractor under work.
Thank you. Additional questions? Thank you, Mr. Slater.
Thank you.
The Korean language teacher job description is next on our agenda. We invite and welcome Ms. Natalie Roge McKnight.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent Dr. Melvin Brown, members of the board. We are looking to get a Korean course approved. We are looking to provide opportunity for the students of MPS to be able to extend their world language opportunities. We're also looking to offer students a unique opportunity with career paths, including international relations, trade, and language education. Moreover, studying Korean can foster a cognitive skill, such as problem solving and memory retention, that are developed through the language learning. The purpose of this course, again, will be to increase world language courses opportunities for our students, provide more opportunities for the syllabi literacy, and have our community business partner, AKEEP, help us with providing this opportunity for our students. The plan for the Korean course is going to be to post an interview for the position. The funding will be with the ad valorem, and then we are looking to be having this placement for this year at Baldwin Middle School and Forest Avenue Elementary.
Thank you. Are there questions of Ms. Roche McKnight? We thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda comes from Mrs. Christy Hatch, our 24-25 grading, promotion, and retention practices. Welcome, Ms. Hatch.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Coleman, Dr. Brown, and board members. I'm here this evening. I think we have a slideshow that'll come up eventually. But I'm here this evening to present information for the 24-25 Grading, Promotion, and Retention Handbook. According to our policy states that we'll establish and revise those procedures as necessary, and that generally happens every year. The purpose of the GPR handbook is to establish systemic standard procedures to support student learning as evidenced by their demonstration of knowledge. So how do those teachers turn that demonstration of knowledge into measured grades. The update that we have every year is a collaborative procedure. The committee is made up of central office staff. Go ahead to the next couple slides. Keep going. There we go. Central office staff, there were a total of 37 members this year. We have a curriculum specialist, guidance specialist, someone from thank you. Thank you. Someone from special education department, ESL, assessment director, executive directors, and then we also have representation from the school because that's what's most important. We have principals on the team. We have both magnet and traditional principals. We have principals from representation from all different levels of our grade spans. Then we also have teachers on the team, and we have teachers from both magnet and traditional schools from all of those levels. My role in this process is just to facilitate. In April, I send out in the leadership packet, I ask the principals to review the GPR with their staff and their faculty and collect any requests for updates. Those are sent, and then I compile those, and they're discussed at the committee meetings. And the committee will meet, discuss all of those requests in a draft form, and then after that, the committee was allowed to vote on those proposed changes through Google Forms. And those votes were then compiled, a report was provided to them, and anything that was not, was like within a close margin, or if anybody commented and asked for a rewrite, all of those comments were compiled, and then it was presented to them again to then vote on again. And then the outcome of that was shared with everyone. So you got a draft version of the proposed 24-25 handbook, and what I did was I just highlighted anything that was a change from last year to this year, and that's what I put into this PowerPoint. So the first change is a proposed change in the grade scale, and the proposal is to go from a 0 to a 59 for an F to a 50 to 59, and that will even out. It's 10 points for an A, 10 points for a B, 10 for a C, 10 for a D, but 59 points for students to make an F. So that scale is disproportionate for the students. The decision to modify the grading scale, specifically changing an F from a 0 to 59 to a 50 to 59, is driven by our commitment to fostering a more equitable and supporting learning environment for all students. The adjustment aligns with educational best practices that emphasize growth, resilience, and an accurate representation of student achievement. It also helps students in an environment where we know we have high numbers of teachers with emergency certification. We have a lot of missing teachers. It just helps to support the students. The extremely low grades we know can, the students who struggle academically, it can demotivate those students. One of the big comments that we had in our committee meeting, the big discussion was the students just give up. When the grades are so low, they give up. And this does not change. It does not inflate an F. An F is still an F. A failing grade is still an F, but it's not an insurmountable F. And then when you give again, 59 points for an F versus 10 points for everything else, it's not getting an accurate measure of student knowledge, and it's not allowing the teachers to accurately measure what the students know or don't know. By adjusting the grade scale to have an F range from 50 to 59, our district is taking a proactive step toward creating a more equitable, motivating, and accurate assessment system. And again, it's, the committee, a big discussion among the committee was an F is still an F, but it's not an insurmountable F. I wrote that down in the meeting because I was like, that's good. I need to remember that. I also provided in your board packet some an article, a couple of testimonials as well, and they were embedded in that just to provide the justification for it. Did you have any questions with that?
Thank you.
Madam President, I
Yes.
do.
Dr.
I
Keith,
saw-
go ahead.
I saw that you didn't want to move on yet, so.
I had several. Okay. Now, are you going on? Are you finished, or because
With that proposed change.
Yeah, I do have several. Okay. And if I may, first of all, Ms. Hatch, I think you've done, and your committee have done an excellent job of putting together something that can help. If you look at our current progress report, just that we had last week, my understanding from another board member, we had 23,000 Ds and Fs. So you're right, the Fs are flaming. And we've only got just a little over 25,000. So you've got to understand, I have to go back. People hate it when I go back to the grade changes, but grade changes is grade changes, Ms. Hatch. So if a child has a 23, if a child doesn't come for 8 weeks, and this has happened, we've had several teachers discuss this with us over the summer, even in summer school. They'd show the last 3 days, they make a 20. I'm still teaching. I am still teaching right now. I teach every single day, and I'll teach until my casket's in front of me. I know that. I love my kids. My kids love me back. I had this discussion with my kids today because I knew I was going to be here. I wanted to see what kids from age 14 to 17 would say. And I actually showed your proposal, that one page. And before I did it, I said, what's an A, guys? Y'all know it's 90 to 100. You know, a B is this, and I said, what if? And they said, that's crazy, Dr. Keith. They said, that's crazy because it's not fair. We've done all this work, and we're watching 2 students in our class, Dr. Keith, that's not been here. And it just happened that one today made his second day this year. He walked in, missed everything I've taught on organized writing, debate, you name it. Now, I'm glad you got up there because something that your argument is very good. It's very viable. When you say that you came across as it's almost not fair because you said there's a 10-point range for A's, a 10-point range for B's, but hey, there's a 59-point range for this. I could buy that if the student was there and working and trying. I could buy that because an F is an F. But here's the problem. What bothers me is a big trust issue. What we've done for kids today, and I'm going to use just a quote, kind of a quote. There was a guy named O.J. Simpson. Everybody knew O.J. You either liked him or you didn't. But he went to court, and they said, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. I'm going to say this. If it doesn't fit, we can't equip these kids without an education. You can't give grades. And if they didn't make that 50, you've changed grades. And that's what I have a huge problem with. And kids do. 14 through 18-year-old kids have this. I just think you've done a great job, but I think we need to go back to the table on that specific change. Because here's the real deal. What people don't understand is when you go back to the grade changes, nothing's changed. Because what they did is they put those kids in edgenuity. Edgenuity, which is a huge problem. It's outdated. It costs way more than some of the other program schools, PLP. And what happens, and you can say, people go, that's only happened one time. No, it hasn't. Kids can go home, and we've got, and I've read it and seen it. This is not hearsay. I can even produce it. We've got a young lady that failed chemistry with basically a 2 average. Didn't even meet the 40 requirement, but they put her in there. And guess what? She came out with an 80B in 3 days. Chemistry. And what bothers me, which is a shame on people that believe anything different, I've been in the hospital twice in the last 8 weeks. And I'm going to tell you this, and I'm still going. I'm ticking. I've got something that may last a year, may last my lifetime. And I may be flying to 2 different states because there's only 3 doctors that can fix what I have. And what I'm telling you, I want to know that doctor and that nurse didn't pass chemistry in 3 days. So you've got to understand where I'm coming from. I get your 10-point thing. I think you can go back. Do I think there are children that have problems from poverty? There are children beat them. It wasn't 2 weeks ago that I found out one of our buses has left a child over on Vaughn Road, and we had to call the police. I know there are situations that we've got to deal with, but when I'm still teaching and I have students that never show, I understand the mental illness card. I understand the special ed. I understand the gifted. But what I would suggest is y'all target these students that you're saying, hey, you don't know what's happening, because what you're really doing is changing grades. Thank you.
Okay, are there questions of Ms. Hatch? Go ahead.
As I was looking through it, and I understand the standpoint of the 59 is to give the child the fighting chance to redeem themselves, but I do have a question about the alignment of it with the grade recovery and credit recovery. In one instance, I think it was credit recovery, a child has to have a 40 or above, is how I think the language went. So how, and I do have two questions, this is the first one. How does this, the proposal that we're looking at today, align with credit and grade recovery?
So the students would be eligible for credit. Well, there's not a limitation for grade recovery, but they would be eligible for credit recovery.
Okay. And so, and I'm just trying to make it make sense. I really am. If a child is, well, let me just put this caveat piece. As a SPED teacher, I always want to find out what the core problem is. That's just how I operate. I want to know, is it a behavior issue? Is it an academic deficit issue? Even if the child makes a 20 or a 10, and I don't want them to make that, but that 59 still goes in there. Is that what we're saying?
A 50.
A 50 will still go in there. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood it, just for clarification.
Okay.
All right.
Additional
I'm
questions,
sorry.
I think, Ms. Portis?
Yeah, repeat that, Ms. Hatch. Now, if a child makes a 20, 50 goes,
It's 50 is just our new bottom line.
One last comment, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
We are
Dr. King.
losing teachers by the groves. You yourselves just stood up there and said we have emergency certified teachers. For those of you that don't know what emergency certified teachers, that means they've never had an internship. My son is in his second year teaching with me with a certified certificate, and he's got a business degree. So what's happening is no matter what they have, no matter what they graduate, 4 years, they're in that class. And let's look at what's in that general class population. You have your A's, you have your F's, you have your autistic, you do. You have everything. These people do not know how to deal with a class like that of 30. I had a teacher last year, we can't use names and we can't use places, but you can pretty much guess where he was. He was teaching them how to take electric saws, electric tools, and build things. He went for help, asked for help because the kids in the
Dr.
back were
Key.
going crazy. No, this is important. He was scared for their safety, and because he didn't get any help, they quit. Do y'all know we have 400 emergency
Dr. Keith,
certified
let's
teachers?
not enter into debate right now. We're going to have an opportunity to discuss.
All right, well, okay. You're going to lose good teachers over this. You will.
Okay.
All right, so the next
Okay.
proposed.
I apologize.
That's okay.
So you stopped for a question at that point. I apologize for that.
Yes.
Okay, so her pause at this point is for those items that she's already covered. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Ms. Cloud.
Thank you. Let's take it away from our children right now. Let's say that in their household, when they get older, what are we teaching them in the long run? You don't have to do what is expected, but you still up them with the 50. They got $100 to spend on their budget and they spend it all, what are we setting them up for later on in life to say that they're going to have that catch net any other time in their lives? Do you see what I'm saying? What are we teaching our children? We're giving them a 50 to a 59. I understand that. But what are we actually subconsciously telling them? If they're not in class, they're not trying, what happens then when these children, we've set the mindset, I believe in equitable, I believe in equality, but at the end of the day, in the real world, they will get out there, and we have set them with a mindset that's unfair to them. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're was that rhetorical, basically? Because you followed it up with a comment, because she was still waiting. Are you ready to continue?
Yes, if you are.
Thank you.
That wasn't rhetorical, it was just a statement.
I didn't take it as rhetorical. Thank you, Pam.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so the next proposed change is, not sure, all right. On page 5, number 1, letter D, and this was just some clarifying language because it explains that you take the average of the 4 quarters, and then it says semester exam for Carnegie units courses only, and that was a little confusing, so we just separated it out to show that the courses that are earning a Carnegie unit would be the 4 quarters plus the semester exam. So that's just clarifying language. Moving to the next one. Here we go. Here we go. The teacher must be able to provide evidence that is the old language for any grade given. One teacher said, well, if they don't turn anything in, then I don't have any evidence for the grade given. So can we make that I have evidence for any grade that they've turned something in that I have graded? So it would be the bottom of a 50 or a 0, whatever the outcome is.
Would you clarify that? If they don't turn anything in, if they make a 0?
Then I don't have anything to justify the grade if there's nothing. But if they turn in a 20 and I have that paperwork to justify why I gave them a 20. So I do keep those papers for anything that is actual work that I have graded.
But later on, it becomes a 50, right? We turn that 0 to a 50.
It would be. That's why it has 50 there, or it would be 0 the way it is currently now.
So if a child had to do a term paper, they can just go, well, I'm going to make a 50 anyway, right?
Which would be an F, yes.
Okay, before we continue, I would love for us to get the questions at the end, but we had interrupted to take a few. If you don't mind, we'll take one more. I think Ms. Portis, she says no. Continue, and we'll take questions when you finish.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then the next one is this statement that we've had all of that's not highlighted is already in place, and that is the expectation that MTSS will occur, that if a student fails to show standards mastery, that the teacher will reteach. We put in it's understood, but we did not express it directly, that the teacher will then reassess that student's knowledge, because without the reassessment, you don't know if reteaching was effective. And so then it's just putting the statement in, if you reteach, then we expect you to reassess and allow them to now, their grade will then reflect that new knowledge that they have earned.
Okay. We were trying to finish, but you wanted to go back and ask your question.
Okay. All right, the next one is, this one and the next one kind of go hand in hand. This one had that 3 days with the, if you were absent, and I'm going to kind of cover these two together, but and the 50 is highlighted again because it would be, instead of a 0, it would be a 50. This change is to align those students who have excused absences to have the same amount of time that all students have, and not to limit them to those 3 days or the number of days that they were absent. So I'm going to move to the second one because they tie together. The next one is the change in that is to allow some students some grace time in late work. So the way that we have the language that we have on that you see that's not highlighted, the teachers must accept late work. That's not new. The teachers must accept the late work. They can choose not to count any points off. They don't have to. That's always been an option. So you can turn it in to me, and I grade it, and that's the grade that you get. If a teacher does want to count off the way we have it now, if they do want to count off for late work, they cannot count off more than 1 grade letter per day. The change is to give the students a 10-day grace period, where the teacher would then wait for 10 days before assessing those late points. We found that most teachers don't even count off work because they want to grade based on what the students know. The research did show that if you're grading for grading for student knowledge, not just for compliance. I know that we all have deadlines, but our students face a lot when they go home, and the teachers want to try to make accommodations for that. So instead of the grade being punitive, the grade then becomes an accurate measure of what the student actually did. So that's how those two tie in together, because then if the previous slide, if the student was late, if the student was absent, then they would get more than that 3-day window. So that's why the previous slide was mentioned. Moving on to
Wait, I have a question on that, or comment.
We're trying to let her get finished with her presentation, and then we'll ask the questions. Thank you.
What page is that, so I'll know to come back? And what page is that, so I know you can come back? I'll just say it doesn't matter, but go ahead. I'll just wait to the end.
Okay.
We can wait then.
So the next one is regarding the Alabama Literacy Act, and that's kind of a living, flowing thing that tends to have a lot of updates. So what we did was we just put, instead of stating what the Literacy Act says, because as soon as we put it in, it might change, we put a direct link to the State Department so that this document will always be the most current, most updated expectations. So that's just putting a link in there instead of putting the actual language of it. The next change was requested by high school principals and was supported by middle school principals. Currently, the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students have to pass a majority of their courses. They have to pass math, they have to pass English, and then either science or social studies. And the high school principals requested that the 8th grade students be required to pass all 4 cores so that they can ensure that they are ready for 9th grade, where they start earning credits and need those credits for graduation. The next proposed change is this was an issue with not an issue. This was instructions for students who come in not having any grades if they transfer in and were not enrolled before. This language that's highlighted just gives a little more clarity, because it just said that they would take a district assessment, and this was a little more specific to help the principals know where to go for help and where to get those assessments to give those students. Page for this one? Yes, page 12, number 7, letter C. All right, and then this one we had an issue of students coming in last 3 days of the 9 weeks. And if a teacher, like you said, is going to keep on teaching, you come in, I'm going to teach you, and I'm going to assess you on what we taught. And so if the student comes in the last few days or the last week of the grading period, and a teacher gives them an assessment and puts it in the grade book, the way PowerSchool calculates it, it then will give them a passing grade for the whole time because it's just got that one grade. So we just established some guidelines on how to correctly assign those grades and just linked those into that. That was new, just to provide the teachers some support. Next is just this grading scale was found in multiple locations, and it's just a correction of the proposed change. All right, for the ELs, this whole section, page 17, number 11, letter A, a lot of this section was repeated information that's in the ESL handbook. And so to make the handbook more succinct, we worked with our ESL department and narrowed it down and put the hyperlink to the ESL handbook in there so that the teachers can have immediate access to it. And we just kept the most pertinent information in there. This is a definition of just a rewrite of the information to clearly identify the difference between credit recovery, grade recovery, and course recovery. We had to keep that, that language for the credit recovery program because that's state mandated of the 40. It has to be a 40 or above in order for the students to participate. And then it just defined that students who fail a course that has been posted to transcript is eligible for whole course recovery, which is what we do in the summer. And then any student who fails a previous grading period is eligible for grade recovery. So that was just clarifying language to further define that. This next one is a new addition, and it was requested by Student Support Services. We worked with their office to come up with this statement. There was really no consistent, it was consistent in the discussion that the departments would work together, but a wonderful idea and suggestion to put this in here so we have guidance on what we will follow and not guess every time. If a magnet student commits an offense that results in an assignment at the alternative school, upon exiting the alternatives program, the student will return to the magnet school to complete the school year. The question was, where does the student go back to the zone school immediately, or is the student allowed to return to the magnet school? And in the past, they've been allowed to return to the magnet school, but we didn't have any guidance in place. And so that they would remain enrolled in the eligible school. That eligibility for the next school year is outlined in the magnet handbook, which states that they would be ineligible for the next school year. They would then return to their zone school at the end of the year. The next one is just another, this was in the guidance on what to do if a student comes in on a 4-point scale, how to convert that, and that was just another update to the grade scale. These are just new additions to the glossary as things change. Grade recovery, for some reason, was not in the glossary, so we put it in the glossary. And then college and career ready, because that is in effect now, that was added to the glossary. Again, updated language. This had RTI, and we now call it MTSS, so we just updated that language. Another spot, this was in the kindergarten grade scale, just finding the adjustment for that grade scale. This one, we know that we are required to do cursive handwriting, and that was always in there, but one of the principals asked us to put exactly how we would teach it using that standardized method, and they wanted the name of the law, so we put Lexi's Law in there. So it's not, we were already doing it, already following the law, it's just giving a name to the law. All right, this part, this is just a list from the high school section, and the only change was in the 12th grade. How do students get categorized as a 12th grader? Before, they had to have 18 credits and complete it in 1 year. And now the proposed change, working with student assessment and with principals, is that the students, to be qualified as a 12th grader, you have to be able to complete all your graduation requirements in 1 year. So if you're missing one elective credit, but you can still graduate, we don't have to call you an 11th grader. We don't have to call you a junior all year, but yet you graduate at the end of the year. You can be classified as a senior. This is all new, a new addition to the high school section, and it is just the description of what does it mean to be college and career ready. And it lists all of the requirements for graduation. And those are all of the big proposals.
Thank you. Ms. Portis.
Yes, and just for clarity, asking questions or making these comments is not opposition. It's just collaboration for information. Is there any way we can put in the state graduation requirements? Because most of our parents look in this document.
It is. It's in there.
Oh, it's in there. It's just not a
Yes.
change.
It's not a
Okay,
change, correct.
okay.
It is on page 48 of the existing document.
Dr. Keith?
Yeah, Ms. Hatch, and the board, and anybody here, I want to make it clear. I really said you guys have done a good job. If I gave you a grade, I'd give you 95, seriously. But the only thing, I agree with everything you did. When you got to the page about late papers, to me, if a child turns in something in that 9-week period, they've proved they've learned. I don't take late points at all. I used to. I think maybe I've gotten old, and I think, like you said something earlier, that they don't want to try anymore. If you try to take their heart away, their effort away. And I do a lot of things. We have Friday work, stuff like that, this is an easy 100, that if you don't necessarily do well on the test, you're going to do, this kind of equals it out. But there are certain things such as term papers, PowerPoints, projects that these kids really need to know to just work in life, especially the debate. I mean, if they ever got hit by a car with somebody without insurance, they're going to be debating. They have to know these things. These are life skills. So the only thing I'm disagreeing with, and that's a shame to vote no for the whole thing when everything you're doing is practically beautiful. I mean, you can tell y'all have worked on it. You can tell you've worked on it, deliberated on it. It's the 59. Because it's the 50, because what you're doing is you're taking a child that doesn't want to learn. Sometimes we have that, and then you're throwing them into Edgenuity. And if we really knew the kids were doing the work themselves and not taking it home and letting their parents do it, these programs are kids, they fail it 3 days and let's go try it again. It's just not. It's lowering the bar for education. And that's all. That's the only thing. So if I send a message to all y'all, hey, vote no, I'm not. That's not it. I just think maybe it needs to be tabled or something like that, and we go back and look at that one specific area.
And we can do that when we put it up for a vote. Okay. Ms. Portis?
I have another thing. Yeah, I wish we had finished this before the school year started, but I like the direction. I think it maybe does need a few looks, but just for wording on page 5, number 2, letter D, when we talk about a teacher reteaching and reassessing, the sentence says the new grade earned will replace the previous grade in order to accurately reflect the student's current level of standards mastery. If I'm a new teacher and I've retaught this and reassessed it, I'm going to put in that grade. So nothing tells me that if that child fails after I reassess it, it just says put in the new grade. It doesn't state that this child has to know this standard. And you've got to keep reteaching. You have to keep implementing, keep changing in order for this child to be satisfactory. And that, I would suggest that wording for that. To add, yeah, just for clarity. So if we know we have these babies in education, then we've got to cover them so they get a good understanding. You're right, that's right.
Thank you. Are there questions? Yes, Ms. Cloud.
Okay, speaking of the MTSS process, each child has an MTSS plan, is that correct? So with our 12,942 children making Ds and Fs, how are we
23.
going to meet this?
23,000. Oh, okay.
12,942
okay.
students making Ds and Fs. This last progress report, is that starting now, that we're going to start working with them instead of it, so we can go into
Yes,
triage
yes, it
and not
begins-
have an autopsy?
Yes.
Thank
yes.
you. How will that look, the MTSS process for those children?
That's a question for our MTSS coordinators.
Thank you.
Ms. Brown?
Yes, I just have one question. When you said that, I think it was on page 7, number 2, that the teacher could choose.
Yes, so the way that we have our language now is a teacher doesn't have to count points off if it's late. But if they do want to count points off if it's late, they are currently limited to, they can't count off more than one grade letter per day.
But I mean, that's not consistent across, the way I'm understanding, it's not consistent across all teachers. A teacher may choose.
Teachers have the liberty of how they want to grade their.
That's the part that I think it needs to be consistent. That is just my opinion of that.
Are
I mean,
there,
that's, yeah, it's state law that they have the liberty to assess.
are there additional questions? Yes. Ms. Watkins-Smith?
I want to take you to page 25 and look at, well, it's that one, but before I do that, let me go to credit recovery first, I'm sorry. One of the things that is one of the state requirements about credit recovery is my question will be centered around students that play sports. So if they are receiving credit recovery but using Access, and I'm going to read it verbatim. Please note, for NCAA purposes, these courses, when taken virtually through Access, are not accepted by the NCAA. I think some parents and students even need to know that, because I know that there are students that do take that virtual route. And for me, that language needs to be there so they'll know that if they plan to play college
Yes.
sports, that course will not be accepted.
Yes, that is in, that's one of the requirements that the state gives for a credit recovery plan, is that is a part of that information, and it's also on the form that the parents sign, that they realize that NCAA does not recognize credit recovery.
And it's on our website as well, so that when they're viewing it, if they want to just kind of like
That's not my area, but I know that if our credit recovery handbook does provide that information, yes.
Okay. I just think it might be helpful to have.
Definitely,
it,
definitely.
because
And I know that the
sometimes
counselors
parents
work
don't
with
know.
them, and anybody that wants to do credit recovery, they give them that warning to let them know that if you plan to participate in sports, you need to do whole course recovery.
And my other question was about the grade recovery. So, and when I was reading the state law and what was being presented, it kind of put me in the mind of MTSS a little bit. So if a student is showing some deficit, not mastering the standard, that it seems like the language according to the state with grade recovery, is to immediately identify that and begin having a plan of action to help that child to make sure that they've mastered whatever standard that
Yes.
they missed.
Yes, good question. MTSS happens immediately, like you said. Grade recovery is when it should only happen if for some reason MTSS did not occur, because otherwise MTSS is in place and there's that documentation we don't make it to where students pass, but we provide documentation and we provide every avenue for those students to master those standards, as long as that is in place. And then at the end of the 9 weeks, if that did not occur for any reason, then we offer the grade recovery process.
And my next question is gonna be a technology. Is that on the website so parents can see these things? I went digging for it, I didn't.
That I'm not sure, because again, that's not my my area, but I do believe that our plan has been submitted to the state and we're awaiting feedback. And then I would assume it's going to be uploaded to the.
I hope it's uploaded, yeah.
Ms. Cloud.
And I know that the NCAA said that, but I would also remind that our cheerleaders are just as athletic, and it should apply to them also, because they work hard too. They're
Yes, ma'am.
athletes.
They're athletes, they are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional questions? We thank you, Ms. Hatch. At this time, we invite Dr. Kathleen Williamson to talk about the NOLA Education Star Renewal.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Dr. Brown. I'm talking to you tonight about the renewal of our partnership with NOLA Education. We, as a district, have been in partnership with NOLA since 2018. NOLA supports the STAR Academy, which is housed at McIntyre. STAR Academy focuses on middle school students who have fallen 2 years or more behind their peers. Through NOLA, our students are able to accomplish 2 academic years. I can't believe I wasn't loud enough. Through our partnership with NOLA, our students are able to complete 2 academic years within 1. What you have before you are 2 invoices for us to update our NOLA classroom, our STAR Academy. It'll be for all 4 courses, the core courses, all of the technology, all of the setup, materials, everything is provided by NOLA. You also have a second invoice where we continually provide professional development for the teachers who support students within the STAR Academy. Both of these invoices will be funded from Title I set-asides for supporting McIntyre.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Are there questions of Dr. Williamson? Are there questions of Dr. Williamson? Hearing no questions, Dr. Williamson, we thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next item on the agenda, our July 2024 financial statement. Ms. Pamela Watkins. Welcome.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Brown, Board President Dr. Coleman, board members. You should have before you the financials for the month of July. July represents the first month of the last quarter of our fiscal year. Within that package, you would have an explanation of your financial data as it relates to our general fund prepared by our CSFO, a snapshot analysis which will review general fund budget balance recap, which provides a breakdown of our general fund balance, the monthly budget percentages, which shows where the district is percentage-wise as it relates to our revenues and expenditures, monthly and annual comparative statement of revenues and expenditure, which provides a comparison of the month-to-date compared to the same time and period month-to-date of the prior year, as well as a year-to-date comparison of 2024 and a year-to-date comparison as it was in 2023. Also included is a statement of cash flow, which is our expenditures for the current fiscal year by month. There's an analysis, thank you. Also, there's an analysis, with that, we analyze the monthly expenditures month by month to make sure that there are no fluctuations in revenues and expenditures that cannot be explained. Also, there is a visual of those cash flows and inflows. And then finally, you have your F exhibits, which are combined financial statements of all of our funds and account groups. Monthly, we're required to upload our financial data to the State Department, and so these reports are generated from that upload. With the explanation of financial data, I think Mr. Watts mentioned that all ESSER funds have to be expended by September 30. So along with that, I'd like to say that although we're reporting for July, we do know that by the end of the month, which we are a couple of weeks away, all of our ESSER funds have either been expended or obligated, meaning that we have written checks for all expenditures, or they're obligated, meaning that we have open purchase orders where we're awaiting the invoices to pay those. I'm going to go ahead to our snapshot analysis. With the snapshot analysis, you'll see that our budgeted amount compared to our actuals, revenues are at, year-to-date revenues are at $255,067,049, which is 91.7% of our budget. Expenditures are at $256,882,569, which is about 96% of our budgeted expenditures. We also do a comparison of our local revenues, comparison of our total payroll expenditures, and we also do a comparison of our general fund balance compared to last year at the same time. You'll see our general fund balance is currently $90,198,603. Break down our general fund balance just a little bit more. Of the $90,198,603, we do have some funds that are a part of that that are obligated specifically to fund sources that can only be expended on those funds. So transportation, you'll see, has a balance of $6.3 million. Those funds can only be expended on transportation. Our OSR pre-K currently at the time of July had a $987,533 balance, meaning those funds can only be expended on pre-K. So you'll note highlighted our local general fund balance is $62,493,663. Those are funds that are not specifically tied to a grant or a state fund source that are available for us to expend. And that is it.
Thank you. Are there questions of Ms. Watkins? Questions regarding the financial statement? Thank you, Ms. Watkins. The next agenda item is a presentation of salary group increases. Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam President. Pleased to present before you tonight the work that's been done by our departments in regard to our salary scale recommendations and changes. Just for context, I think Mr. Watts' office, Ms. Murray's office, and Ms. Wilson's office, in terms of the work they did to pull this together. This was a very long process that required numbers of employee groups to be examined thoroughly so we can make the thorough recommendation. I'm going to try to get through some of these slides fairly quickly, as most of this was shared with you ahead of time. You've seen the entire 103-page PowerPoint, which I will not share tonight. But I'll go through a constricted version of that so everyone gets an understanding of what we're talking about. So to give context, to begin, currently we operate under a salary schedule in which numerous classified and certified positions have not been reviewed or updated for over 20 years. We took this on as a necessary item that would reward our employees for the work that they do, as well as make us competitive in terms of how we can recruit and retain staff. And this work took some time to put together. Positions that have already been addressed throughout this process were the following. We did something within the last 2 years for our security team, our bus drivers, and our CMP folks. The recommendations for the entire thing will be as listed on the screen. School level administrative staff, district level administrative staff, superintendent administrative assistant, maintenance and logistics, security, technology, classified directors, finance department, certified directors, executive directors, sign language interpreters, certified specialists, principals, assistant principals, and chief officers. Please bear in mind that in 2023, legislation mandated that all positions, no matter what they might be ranked at, would be adjusted to be at least $15 per hour by October of 2023, and we had already addressed that particular part of this. So in my first section, I'll start with our school-level administrative assistant staff. Currently, we have 12 different clerical staff's salary schedules, which is pretty cumbersome and interesting. We gauge districts around us. No other districts have any 9.5-month clerical staff. So in order to be equated with those staff members, we converted those 9.5-month contracts or arrangements to 11-month arrangements and included on top of those a 4% adjustment as is state mandated. We also created, let me catch up with myself. We also created some matrices that would allow us to have a better understanding of which schools should have what based on the school type and the enrollment. So for example, if you're a high school of less than 449 students, you would get an administrative assistant and a bookkeeper, fully funded. If you're a high school of 1,200 or more, you'd get an administrative assistant, a bookkeeper, an administrative assistant, and 2 10-month administrative assistants. So this matrix governs what all that would look like and tries to bring some equity throughout that process. Before you now is actually the summary of those pages for those particular employee groups, school level administrative staff being bookkeepers and administrative assistants at the elementary, middle, and high school levels, as well as bookkeepers and secretaries converted to 12 months, and school level administrative staff, bookkeepers and secretaries converted to 10 months. What we did was do a comparison to districts around us and came up with a conversion of our 9.5-month scale to an 11-month scale, and then put a raise on top of those. So you'll have that in front of you. Moving on to district level administrative staff, we did a similar thing in there as well in looking at our competitors. Obviously, our goal was to be as competitive as we could possibly be, but bear in mind, we're also catching up for 20 years of work, so we couldn't do it all in one fell swoop. Mr. Watts would advise, as we continue to do this process down the road, we do this at least every 2 to 3 to 4 years to make sure we can stay current and competitive in that regard. Next position would be the administrative assistant to the superintendent, which is, there is only one, and I hate to call her out tonight, but there she is. We want to make sure her role is as competitive as others, so there's a proposed raise in that regard. On to maintenance and logistics. Positions here received a 10% adjustment in 2021. The schedule is now updated based on the average. What we're proposing tonight is an update of the average comparable to districts around us to include the state mandated raise for the upcoming year, and those adjustments would range, depending on the employee group, between 3% and 7% in terms of what those adjustments look like. Whoops, now it's going entirely too fast. There we go. So you'll see those employee groups of maintenance and logistics helpers, skilled laborer, zane coordinator, warehouse workers and drivers, mailroom workers and drivers, and then journeyman, preventative maintenance, and logistics managers. Next page would deal with our certified HVAC folks in electrical and plumbing. Those positions did not get that 10% increase that I spoke of earlier. And then our maintenance foreman and logistics foremen as well, which also did not get those 10% raises. On to security and our team there. They received a 4% increase last year. They were still drastically behind most of our competitors, so we still wanted to do some work in this regard. So we've done some benchmarking of districts around us once again to try to get them, and where's that slide? There it is, okay. We wanted to make sure that we can be as competitive as possible with those particular rates as well, so we can retain them and increase what we do for both our 9-month security guards and our 12-month security guards. We think this makes us much more competitive. On to technology. We've addressed the computer technician roles at 97% of the average of the districts around us. Systems analysts at 95% of what Birmingham compensates for their roles. And then senior technology administrators are receiving an 8% adjustment to make us competitive with our neighbors as well. Moving on to classified directors. This will follow the current CNP and transportation director schedule with the inclusion of the state mandated 2% raise. So that scale is already addressed. We just bring everybody else that are at the director, classified director level onto the same schedule. So you'll see the changes that are proposed there. This also covers assistant classified directors at the second table below. On to finance. Each of these roles was, our recommended salary rate is based on 95% of the average of the neighboring districts that you see on the screen. That's how we came about getting those numbers. You will see throughout this entire presentation drastic differences between where we are and where we would like to be so we can be far more competitive. And I'm, again, thankful to Mr. Watts and his team for crunching these numbers to put this together. On the certified directors, once again, providing for consistency and comparability with other districts. We use the same methodology to benchmark those districts to come up with something that made sense, but was not exorbitant and something that could not be sustainable in our budget, but yet everyone getting an opportunity for increases in those particular roles. Here you'll see certified director for master's, EDS, and doctorate level. Our next section is executive directors. Again, the same methodology being applied. We benchmark our neighbors, and we came up with a salary schedule based on the average of those while still trying to make us be competitive as possible. This covers the executive directors at master's level, EDS level, and a doctorate level. Down to our sign language interpreters. We've been very competitive in this arena beforehand. In some cases, we're better than our surrounding districts. However, in working with Mr. Watts' team, we're still recommending a 3% increase in that particular salary schedule. On the certified specialists, this is an area we want to rename as we go forward once we put all this implementation in place. And labeling those content area specialists. Each of these is looking at anywhere between a 3 and a 4.5% increase in order to be competitive with other districts. So here we see certified specialists, the master's, EDS, and doctorate level. And you'll see our neighbors along with those. Over to our elementary principals. We made some adjustments there as well. We currently have 8 different principal schedules at the elementary level, which is not necessarily the most efficient way to do this. We're recommending a 2% adjustment on steps 0 through 4 and basing that on a 500 student ADM or average daily membership, what their enrollment actually looks like. And we're also looking at 95% of the average on steps 5 through 12. In addition, any schools over 500 ADM would receive, that principal would receive an additional supplement of $3,500 based on the size of that particular school. And that's all dictated there with the elementary master's, EDS, and doctorate level. Same methodology applies to our middle schools. 2% adjustment plus $500 on the steps, on the first 5 steps of the salary schedule based on 600 student ADM. Again, 95% of the average on steps 5 through 12. And schools with over 600 ADM would get an additional supplement of $4,000. There you see our principals at master's, EDS, and doctorate level at the middle school. On to high school, we currently have 9 different principal schedules. We're recommending a 4% adjustment on all steps and basing that on an 800 student ADM. We're recommending that we go from 9 different schedules to 2. One of those based on schools that are under 800 and one for schools that are over 800. Also, we're proposing schools with an ADM of 1,200 or more to get an additional $6,000 stipend on top of their proposed salary. There you see those scales for what I want. There you see our proposed scales for high school masters, high school EDS, and doctorate level principal contracts. 10-month assistant principals was a little tricky. Currently, they're on a teacher scale, which means they have 35 steps that are currently in their salary schedule. We're looking at some ways to do that over time. We'll need to address this again down the road. So we're looking at steps 0 through 2 would be an 8% adjustment at $5,000 to include a state mandated 7.6% increase that is coming for all staff that are at 0 to 2 on the pay scale. Steps 3 through 35, we're recommending a 2.25 adjustment plus $5,000 for elementary assistant principal, master's level EDS, and doctorate. 10-month assistant principals at the middle school, same methodology is applied there as well, and you'll see those salary schedules listed. And then finally, high school 10-month assistant principals, same methodology applied as well across high school, master's, EDS, and doctorate. Almost done, y'all. Bear with me. Next step is our 12-month assistant principals at the high schools. We're recommending a 3% increase on those roles. You'll see the salary schedule summary for master's, EDS, and doctorate before you. Again, looking at our neighbors and coming up with an average that would allow us to be competitive in that regard. And then finally, our chief officers. What we're looking at here is the mandated 2% increase plus 1% we'd add to the top for a total adjustment of 3% added to those particular salary schedules, which you're also seeing in each of these slides is the first step of all of those salary schedules. Dr. Coleman, happy to take any questions that I can answer. I'll ask Mr. Watts, Ms. Murray, and Ms. Wilson to back me up if I need you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Ms. Keith, Dr. Keith?
If I may, that's all right. You can call me Lisa or Dirtbag, I don't care. Don't care.
Dr.
Okay?
Keith.
Doesn't matter, but thank you. I wanna just make a few comments, if I may. They probably won't be the most popular, but I do want to say this. You made some comments that there hasn't been a change in 20 years. I've been on the board at least 10 years. And our governor has given increases to the state every single year that she's been here. That's fact. Even 2% this year. I looked at these, and when y'all were doing the property tax increases on all these people, where their property taxes have literally doubled. My property taxes went up $700. My bosses at South University when I went there went up $900. That's how much they went. And we were told in the newspapers, hey, buy into this property tax. It's probably going to double, but it's for our children. It's going to bring more security guards. It's going to make smaller classes. It's going to bring them new programs. It's going to do all these things. And people, new books, new textbooks. And if you look at where a lot of the money has gone come for the money, it's ESSER funds. And we talk about salary increases for the adults, for the employees, almost every single meeting we have. We met with y'all in threes because we don't want to break that sunshine law, but we met and we never were really given the individual numbers. And I was going crazy here. I wasn't texting. I was on my little calculator just calculating. And what I don't understand, it seems inconsistent. You're giving these little people, they get these little $1,000 raises. And I mean, when I say little people, let me do my glasses. You're not little people, but obviously in the section of things, you're getting $1,000 raises. But you see people here getting $19,000 raises. That's in your executive director master's level. Sign language was, hey, I don't want to put down sign language, but you only got 1,000. Most of them were about $5,000 raises. Nowhere in the newspaper when people were buying into that property tax did you ever say, hey, by the way, we're going to be using that for salaries. And I'm telling you, to my constituents, we've got people, I'm going to tell you something. If you're sitting up here on this board and you've got people that are teachers, principals, and you are voting for that increase because your daughter or your son is sitting in there, you should recuse yourself, because this isn't about it is not about adult salary raises. It's about our children. And I would love for y'all to go back, rewind, look on YouTube, and you find one time we spent any money on our children with those property taxes other than ESSER funds. I'm done. Thank you.
Are there questions of Dr. Brown.
Really quick, if, just so the public knows, the state has proposed a 2% increase for all staff above, on steps 3 through 35 for teachers, and 7.6% for teachers at 0.03 on that salary schedule. And my comment in reference to the salary schedule was referring to our salary schedule, not to the governor's raises, just for clarity.
And one more question, how is our governor's raise of 2% not good enough? How are we as how are we as an institution, MPS, now doubling what the governor says? Does that not say that we are more into the adults than we are to the children? We were not voted in for that. I will not make another comment. It's just, I just want to go bang my head.
I have a question and a comment. I have a question and a comment.
Ms. Porter.
Well, for one, I brought this up last year because we have classified staff that can't take care of the children. The children aren't going to advance in anything. They don't have warm coats, and if they're hungry. This is overdue, but this was my thing, and I'll tell you where it came from. When we first started, we had given other raises, and I don't want anybody to think we don't want them to be able to live affordably. But if we rush, they've worked on this, what, a year? About 8 months. We've had it a week and a half. This is a lot to go through. And if we rush to judgment now, they won't visit it again. You'll still be in the same place. One of my concerns was that they put the people doing the work on the committee. And let me tell you why. We can go look at Birmingham all we want to. We can compare their secretary to secretary, their laborer to laborer. If we don't know their job description and what they're doing, how are we sure? Are we paying? Some of these jobs we may be paying too much. We have somebody in the capacity that can only do this, and we're giving everybody the same thing. That we need to look again to make sure that we are comparing job to job. What if we're going to use other people's information? Let's look at their job descriptions. Let's make sure ours match. If we need to bring people up, because right now, and I'll just use them as an example, you have a secretary, and I have not been satisfied yet with the steps, because you all don't see this up here. There are 12 steps. I've asked 6 people, would they have any idea what step they would be on? They said no. Now, I don't know if they just don't know or what that is, but we might need to look at years if that makes it more transparent. But we may have a school secretary. Let's say we have a school secretary, right? We're going to move them to 11 months. So that knocks out summer school, that they can earn money or go somewhere or some work. Well, you've just increased them $1,200, but you knocked out summer school, which would have given them $3. So this is a lot of information, and in an effort to do it right, we like to say, well, you're saying we did it wrong. I'm not saying you did it wrong at all. I appreciate you looking at it. But I'm going to suggest, if we look at it, let's look at it. Let's not skim over it. Let's not pretend these people aren't important. I can only imagine. I was a single mom, and going to work not knowing is difficult. It's hard to take care of other people's babies when you can't take care of your own. So I made that suggestion before, all along the way. And we're here, and that is still my suggestion. Find out what your own people are doing, compare it, and then pay them for it.
Ms. Cloud, your question.
Thank you. Dr. Brown, the 2% that the governor is giving us, is that for certified or classified teachers? Certified or classified individuals?
That's for certified.
Certified. So we're still not doing what the classified need to be looked at first. The certified is going to get 2%.
Arthur, you want to respond real quick?
Ms.
turn it on right here. Thank you, Dr. Brown. First, Dr. Brown, if I could just address just a couple of the comments that's been made. Based on the information that I've gathered, that there has not been a salary schedule study in Montgomery Public Schools in over 2 decades. It has been stated that everybody's been getting raises from the governor. That's absolutely true. But every school district has been getting the same exact amount of raise from the governor. So if a district started off much lower than any other district, and all of those districts was getting the same percentage raises, then that district that started off much lower, it's still going to be much lower. So, and so that's what we're trying to address. There were 2 things we tried to do in this salary schedule study. Number 1, we tried to bring a little, some equity to some degree. We know we would not be able to do all of it the first year. When you're 20 years behind, you're not going to be able to do all of it the first year. So we wanted to do what we could afford, and the other thing that was so important to us was it had to be, what word am I looking for? Sustainable. Yes, ma'am. I did mention that to the board, y'all. It had to be sustainable. That was extremely important to us. This increase would cost us about $2.3 million per year, about $2.3 million a year. A statement was made also that we are using the property tax dollars to pay for this increase. That's absolutely not true. And I want to pretty much let the board see that. Where's the one with the, keep going back? Okay. Oh, that's it? Okay. Bear with me, I'm not the best. Oh, this is it here. Madam President, let's look at where we were in 2019. In 2019, our district was at about $15.5 million. That was our general fund balance, at about $15.5 million. We were heading towards, I'm sorry. Could I hold it? Okay. We were going towards the negative, Madam President. As you know, and the board made some very important decisions, and we were able to end fiscal year 2020 with over $29 million general fund balance because of the actions that was done by this board and the superintendents. Madam President, we continued on. Now, let's keep in mind, the property taxes wasn't passed until 2020, and we just started collecting the new property tax in 2024. We just started collecting it. And we see our fund balance increase to $55 million, then to $77 million, then to $79 million. All of these years, Madam President, our fund balance continued to increase before we received a dime of the property tax. So no, that is not accurate that the property tax is paying for this increase. Again, the only thing we were trying to do is to bring just a little bit of fairness, because, you know, let me just say this. I get so tired of hearing other districts calling me, asking me, Mr. Watts, I got 2 of your employees that just interviewed. Both did excellent. What do you have to say about it? Well, they're both great employees, and the folk take all of our employees. This has been going on amongst all of the surrounding districts, and some of our employees are leaving and going even further from our district because of the non-competitiveness of our salary schedule. And so at some point in our capital city, we are going to have to be somewhat competitive if we're going to keep good employees and if we are going to bring talent. I am so proud to say that our finance department, because of the talent we brought in our bookkeepers, on all that, we've gone 3 or 4 years without having one financial finding. And that is because of the type of people we're able to bring in. And Madam President, those folk are being just swept away by other districts. And we have to do better than that. We have to. Whether it's with this salary schedule or some other salary schedule, we have to do better, and we got to be competitive. We have to. Thank you, Madam President.
I have
Thank you.
clarification.
Hold
Madam
on,
President,
hold on.
clarification.
She had asked to ask a question earlier.
Mr. Watts?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think I mentioned this point in the meeting when we were reviewing this information. And I think that you stated 20 years since an evaluation of schedules, salary schedules. Where I work at a company that we do salary schedule reviews every year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So the only thing that I ask, and I don't think it's too much to ask, if we are trying to get our employees up to a decent level so that they can live on the money that they receive from us, I think that we should either do salary evaluations every year or at least every other year, because you're going to continue to be behind. And
Yes,
I just
ma'am.
wanted to make that statement.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. And I think we should do that also. And let's look at the amount of look at the funding, and let's look at these reviews. And even if we could not afford it that particular year that you're speaking of, then let's at least have the information so that we can address it when the funding is there. But let's just ensure that we'll have the funds that we could continue on without having to go back and take monies back or do reduction in force and those kinds of things.
Thank you, Ms.
But thank you
Portis.
so much, Ms. Brown.
Mr. Watts, we always thank you for your passion, and we've talked about this. And and everything is fine with that. I just ask you to look at the least of these. If we're not even talking about more money. If we have to make arrangements with somebody, let it be the people that are living above the poverty level. And let's spread the money out a little more fluently, because we need to keep not only the executives, we need to keep the ones that are doing the work, addressing parents, enrolling children, out driving trucks, fixing things. So I'm just saying, I just think let's look and let's be sure. And let's answer all of the questions for every position along the way. And then we can review it again. I absolutely think, Ms. Brown, if that's the only way we're going to keep up, is to keep looking.
Okay. We have 3 questions that I know of. Okay, we have 4 additional questions at this time. Dr. Keith?
Okay, I've got 2. With all due respect, okay, if the pay increase is coming in the year 2025 and we are just getting the tax money now, how is a portion of that money not going toward the proposed payroll increases?
No, what I'm saying, Dr. Keith, is that our general fund balance has been growing even before we even started collecting this property tax increase.
Right, but if you answer the question is, are you telling me none of the property tax money is going to the general fund?
Absolutely. Some of the property tax money is going to the general fund.
Right.
But what I
okay.
am saying is that, well, you go ahead.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, are you saying that none of that money is going to increases?
No, ma'am.
Not even in the future with it coming in?
No,
none of that will go?
No, the way this district is budgeting now, we're budgeting based on our current expenditures. We're looking at the expenditures. We're making sure that departments hold to their budgets, and that's why we're recognizing an increase even before these property taxes come about. That's why we recognize these consistent increases in our general fund balance from year to year.
And I get it. Just a comment. anybody would, I know I'm not a favorite because, I'm just against using money that can be used somewhere else for children.
Yes,
I just see things, that, everybody's going to, oh, hey, they're going to be against what I'm saying. But I'm going to agree with what she's saying. When you have the top level central office getting 16,000, 26,000, and then you have the little people like the maintenance getting 1,000 or the sign language, I just don't understand why the little people aren't the same as the big people. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. Well, absolutely, it makes sense. I think what we did, Dr. Keith, we looked at the positions of every single level. And based on the secretarial level, the clerical level of the various school districts, we tried to be somewhat competitive with those particular levels. We looked at some administrative levels, and we tried to be somewhat competitive with some of those administrative levels. And when we got to some, such as chiefs and so forth, well, although we were way below those particular amounts of the other districts, we only did 3% there. We had to do 2% because there was a state mandated raise that we had to do 2%, and we put 1% on top of that.
When you say 20 years, it hasn't changed. I know I've been in this school system 44, 45 years. Yeah. And I remember when I thought when the principal was making 80, I was like, my God. Now they're in 126, and y'all are telling me nothing's changed in 20 years? The numbers just don't add up to me. Yeah, that's it.
There has been a number of state mandated raises that has taken place, and it has raised up salaries in every category. So yes, ma'am, you are right about that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Mitchell.
Madam President, Mr. Watts, I'd just like to say that I was an educator in the system for 27 years. And when I saw what you all worked 8 months on to do was to make it fair. There were Secretary 1s, 2s, 3s. Secretary 1 would be the duties of Secretary 4 and
Yes.
would be paid. They weren't being paid the proper amount. So what I see in this is something that needed to have been done many years ago, and I want to thank our team for working hard on this to make it equitable to everybody. When we look at how hard our people work here, we need to be thankful that we have a team to work as hard as they do, getting as little as they get, including in appreciation. We want to make sure that not only our students are being taken care of, but the people who are taking care of our students, even on the airplane, they say, put the oxygen mask on you first so that you can help somebody else. We must make sure that everything is decent and in order, and thank you for doing this. It is well overdue.
Thank you. Ms. Cloud.
Thank you. Mr. Watts, just for clarification, most of the people in your office or your area are classified, right?
That is correct.
Okay,
Thank you. Ms. Watkins-Smith.
I want to reiterate a few things. As I was looking through the budget, and I'll be honest, when I looked across the top and I saw the different districts being compared, that was a red flag for me, but I've since gotten clarification. But one of the things, and I may have shared, and I know I shared this to a board member or two, going back to the statement of recruitment and retention, when I got on the board, a lot of things happened. I came in with the apple cart turned over. And one of the things that I immediately began to notice was the retention. It was very difficult to keep employees. It was even difficult to recruit people, especially teachers, which we now see in 2024 is even harder than back in 2016, 17. When we are looking at salaries, you do have to take into consideration the market value because people do go where the money is. I'm in Montgomery because with my husband, because that's where the money was. And so I think that there is value in making sure that the salaries are compatible where we can retain people and we can begin to recruit people. I do wish it could go to teachers even more. I mean, I just do. With those who are at the bottom, I did share in the meeting as well, Cassandra, that that was one of the requests I made about the policy. I wanted it to be reviewed annually so that we could make adjustments and put some parameters in place, because there are things that we don't have a crystal ball to see, but we want to be able to sustain and we want people to continue to get paid, but we also want to take care of the vitality of the district, making sure that if things should happen, that there are some things in place where employees can continue getting the salaries they deserve, and I did mention that in there.
Yes, ma'am.
Just some safeguards, because I don't want anything to happen and we have to start looking in another direction. So I don't have a problem with it. As long as we can review it annually and keep everybody competitive, I'm good with that. But the red flag for me was seeing all those different districts, and you know, you're looking at Birmingham City, Jefferson County, Tonga, and then another one you're looking at something, but it was explained to me why. But right now we are in a fragile state, and we need to make sure that there is some stability with our employees that do work so hard for us.
Hey, thank you. Are there additional questions of Dr. Brown or Mr. Watts?
I just
Ms.
want to,
Cloud.
I just want to say that it would break my heart to have a reduction in force. I have been in a system where there has been, and it's devastating.
I've been to 3 districts where there have been state takeovers, and I know the pain of those. That's why I always say certainly comparability, but sustainability was our #1 objective. It had to be sustainable. So absolutely.
Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Watts. Thank you, Dr. Brown. The next item is going to be presented by Mr. Chad Anderson, the 24-25 renewal of the ATBE Automobile Fund participation and coverage. Welcome, Mr. Anderson.
Good evening, Dr. Brown and members of the board. The ATB renewal is our yellow fleet and white fleet vehicles. Yellow fleet refers to buses, white fleet refers to every other vehicle in the district this district owns. This is our insurance coverage for the people that operate those vehicles.
Thank you. Are there questions regarding our insurance? Are there questions of Mr. Anderson? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. The next agenda item is our strategic plan. Dr. Brown?
Thank you, Madam President. I was trying to translate it. I'm really excited to share what we've come up with as far as our strategic plan for 5 years from 2024 to 2029. Just for history, we had a committee of folks that worked on this over the course of the past year. I want to thank those committee members from our community, from our staff, and Ms. Portis, who also sat on that committee. Our strategic planning process essentially is designed so that it can guide districts throughout their current state to get to the desired state. This particular plan will outline our strategic plan pieces, our priorities, aims, goals, and action steps. Tonight, I'll just give an overview of what those things are so we have an understanding of what all that means. The actual plan itself will be ready to go once, and has been in your hands for a couple of weeks so that you know what the salient pieces of that might be. To begin, I want to talk a little bit about the structure. As I just mentioned, strategic plans are ours is built on priorities, aims, goals, and action steps. The process started in the spring of 2023 by forming a strategic planning committee, which then launched a strategic plan diagnostic survey and had a workshop to go through working on some of those pieces. Our research was in fall of 2023 to winter of 2024 to look at outcomes data, perception data, and an additional workshop with that group of folks. Finally, in summer of 2024, we did the drafting piece. It was a third workshop focused on identifying key performance indicators and progress monitoring, and the draft revision and finalization, which we concluded recently. The goal, the mission, vision, and core values are something that are salient to any strategic plan. And what I'm happy to say is that these pieces are actually pulled over from our current strategic plan. The committee felt as though the things we were saying in our current strategic plan made sense. They just wanted to make sure we actually did those things. So to start with our mission, in partnership with our families and the community, MPS will ensure each child has the unique opportunities and learning experiences each needs to excel academically and socially in school and beyond. The vision, again, pulled over from our current strategic plan. MPS is committed to creating opportunities for and equipping all of our children to thrive as successful members of a global society, and then basing that on 4 core values of accountability, achievement, collaboration, equity, and community. Within this particular strategic plan, we also will embed our Portrait of a Graduate, which we've talked about quite a bit over the course of the past few months, and you'll see that displayed on our wall here. That's composed of 5 competencies: an adaptive problem solver, an effective communicator, courageous leader, and a critical thinker, and global citizen. That will be embedded throughout our strategic plan, and once this is launched, we'll also talk about how we actualize that in all of our work, and it shows up in classrooms. Embedded in the strategic plan also will be growth milestones that we use to gauge our own work. Those pieces are based on numbers of data points under each of these particular categories. What does prepared for 3rd grade curriculum mean and look like? The same for prepared for middle school at the end of 4th grade, prepared for the transition from 7th grade at the end of 6th grade, prepared for high school at the end of 8th, on track to graduate at the end of 9th grade, and then ready for college and or career success at the end of 11th grade. This idea is so that we can look at kids from where they are to get them where they need to go. If we're looking at a senior who's already halfway through his or her senior year and we say, okay, let's get them ready for college, it's kind of too late to actually be doing those things. We want to look along the way to make sure we have some ideas of what that looks like throughout their entire trajectory. We've also based our strategic plan on 5 guiding principles. 1 being student success, growth, and achievement. 2, organizational governance and alignment. 3, positive, safe, supportive, and inclusive environment. 4, recruiting, developing, and retaining high-quality talent. And then 5, family and community partnership. I'll speak to each of those fairly quickly. Under student success, growth, and achievement, we've come up with aims. Those aims are governed to drive what this work looks like and have a metric within each of those pieces of the strategic plan to explain what that really means. That first one under student success and growth and achievement, I won't read all of these, I'll just point out a couple of highlights. Increasing curriculum alignment and fidelity of implementation. Obviously, in the last 2 years, we were able to adopt curriculum in both literacy and math. We want to make sure those come to life in classrooms and are done with fidelity in terms of implementation so that our teachers and our staff understand how to deploy those resources and kids can benefit from them. I'll also highlight increasing the use of assessment data to make informed decisions about teaching and learning practices and student supports using our MPS achievement and growth milestones as a guide. Those milestones are so that we can look at ourselves reflectively to say, what have we done along the way to be successful, and how are we continuing to improve? I'll also point to increasing the numbers of students, high school students who are participating in college and career readiness coursework and experience. I'll note that in our dual enrollment, we have almost a 400% increase over the course of the past 3 years. Really, really proud of that work that our staff has done. Finally, I'll note increasing post-secondary education enrollment. We'll want as many kids as possible to not only aspire to go to college, but to be prepared to go to college. And at the same time, should they choose not to go, to be ready to go into the workplace or into the military. Organizational governance and alignment speaks to increasing the efficacy of district systems to support coherence. That means we're on the same page. All the arrows are pointed in the same direction, and everybody's understanding what is needed to be deployed to be successful. Reviewing and revising policies and practices which limit equitable student access and outcomes. I speak about this often. If we have impediments that we've created that don't allow students to access certain things, those are our responsibility to tear those down. Enhancing the consistent application of district policies and practices across all schools to ensure alignment. Is crucially important. We spoke earlier about something that was out of alignment, I think when we were speaking on the GPR, and making sure those things are in alignment across our entire district. And then finally, increasing trust in MPS leadership from top to bottom. Third area, positive, safe, supportive, and inclusive environment. The aims there would be to increase student capacity for self-awareness and self-management, to increase the integration of SEL practices into instruction, enhance the use of practices which provide a safe and welcoming learning community that supports belonging and understanding that all cultures and student groups are valued. I'm going to speak to that a little bit. We've talked a lot about what does fitting in that look like versus what belonging looks like. Those two things are very, very different. I want our kids to be their authentic selves when they come to school so they can be most comfortable to be successful, and we want that from our adults as well. And then finally, improving positive school climate and respectful conduct. There'll be metrics associated with that also. Finally, no, sorry, not finally, this is number 4, recruiting, developing, and retaining high-quality talent. We just had that conversation in regard to compensation. We want to be able to increase the number of diverse, high-quality staff recruited and retained across all of our schools and maximize performance of all of our staff through enhanced professional development and support. Not only do we want the best staff, we want them to be the best prepared and the best trained in that regard. And finally, community and family and community engagement. The aims there are to increase the percentage of families viewing MPS as partners in their student success, strengthening community collaboration, and enhancing systems of support to meet the needs of all MPS families and children. The whole notion of a strategic plan is to give you guardrails that allow you to understand who's supposed to do what, where, and why, and have all the resources deployed in that regard. This plan is something we would all coalesce around, that we talk about on a regular basis, and when we make decisions about what happens today, tomorrow, next week, next year, 10 years, it's all based upon what we see in our strategic plan. I have that before you tonight for approval later on the agenda, but happy to accept any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of Dr. Brown? Yes, Ms. Watkins-Smith.
I do have quite a few. Going back to aim number 1, by August 2026, and this is what it says, the MPS will review and revise course frameworks. Got it. My question is, what is projected to take, why is it projected to take 2 years to review and revise the course framework, followed by an additional 2 years to train staff on these updates, given the critical importance of having aligned standards and instructional practices in place? The extended timeline seems pretty long. So my overall question is, what specific challenges are anticipated that require this much time?
First of all, it says by 2026, not until 2026. So the idea would be to start to implement that across the entire district, knowing that some of our staff are a little more progressed than others, including what we've spoken tonight about emergency certifications and things of that nature. We want to make sure everybody's well aligned. We also want to give ourselves some time to actually have some success with our plan. If we say we're going to do everything tomorrow, none of this will get done.
So the specific challenge would be the staff, is what you're saying, the how?
Staff, deployment of resources. We've spoken already about finances and how those things are deployed. There are a number of different parameters that can impact the timeline.
Okay, that's why I had asked the question, because I wanted to know. My other question is, and I'm trying not to go through all of them, so I'm just going to hit on a few. If I look at AIM number 4.
Are we still in priority 1?
Priority, still priority 1, yes. I don't know. 15, okay. All right, so the aim is by 2029, 85% of the students will participate in college and career readiness. And I understand by, I get that. But my question is, why is there a 5-year timeline for ensuring 85% of the students are participating in college and career readiness courses when this is already a requirement, obviously, by the State Department of Education? So again, given the current expectations and the importance of preparing students for post-secondary success, why can't this goal be achieved much sooner, or can it be achieved much sooner?
Firstly, it's not state required they're involved in college and career readiness courses. It means that college and career readiness based on a number of different things, which would include assessments. Last year, we were at 57. The following year, we were at 62. This gives us time to actually getting to 85. In addition to that, we have a number of EL students who are enrolled, and we have a number of special education students that are enrolled that aren't necessarily going to be on a track for college based on whatever situations that might exist. That's why you leave yourself some wiggle room. There's no such thing as 100% that are going to be college and career readiness. We're going to have some students who are going to be overage students who continue to get special education services post their quote graduation, because they can stay with us until they're 21.
And like I said, I'm just gonna try to go through them, because I did have a couple of questions. Let me see what problem.
Oh, I'm sorry, and I correct myself. My CCR number, it was 52 the previous year, 67 last year. I'm sorry.
And that was, okay, I think I know what happened there. Okay, this one is dealing with the policies, and that's priority 2, aim 2. My question for that one is, why is there a 5-year timeline to review and revise policies and practice that directly impact student placement and access to enrichment and growth opportunities? Given the importance of equitable access to education, the extended timeline seems to not have as much urgency to me. With the resources that we have available, this crucial work could it be realistically completed within 1 or 2 years?
Well, actually, the reason the 2029 is there is because you'll want to do this throughout the plan itself, because you're going to have policies that we might develop this year that in 4 years might be antiquated. So it's a continuous process to review all of them on a regular basis. That's why you say 2029.
Even if we put it in, like you said, it's still fluid, and you go back.
Correct. That's why it says 2029. Right.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Are there additional questions? Ms. Portis?
I did sit on the board, and in hindsight, I wish we would have thought more about our goals and I think there would not have been as many questions. But one of my, in plans I've read before, there are benchmarks. So if we say by 2025, where would that leave our benchmark? When would we measure that? On anything, let's say we have a goal, and it says by 2025 we'll do this. Where would our benchmark be? When would we start looking to see if we on the path to that?
Well, if we're going to use this year's data as benchmarks.
Okay.
So that's where we start.
So, and then you would look all along.
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Cloud?
I have 3 questions, please. On page 4, you outline the strategic plan, the priorities, the aims, the goals, and the action steps. Did you reference or did you have the team, the committee, look at our curriculum audit?
Yes, they embedded all those things from the curriculum audit as well. And the organization that worked with us had the entire report.
Okay. The next one is, of course, the portrait of a graduate, which I really like. But don't you think there should be some benchmarks, like for elementary, portrait of a learner, or middle school, portrait of a leader, something where we have a benchmark for each level, because we're waiting until they get in high school?
No, we're not waiting until they get to high school. Portrait of a Graduate is a pre-K through 12 initiative that's taught throughout. Once this is adopted, we develop competencies that are grade level specific and age appropriate across the entire spectrum to measure that type of growth.
Especially with the new Literacy and Mathematics Act. And then the last one, on page 8, you've got the MPS milestones. You've got it says percent of students scoring 55, but you don't have we have to know where we are right now, a benchmark, to know where we're going. I mean, it may not be great, but we got to own it to go forward.
Correct. As I shared earlier, this is something you would look at every year to measure what kind of growth we're actually having. These aren't necessarily goals per se. They're milestones to say, okay, what is our percentage this year? What is our percentage next year? And we want to be able to demonstrate growth in each of those every year.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Yes, I just for clarity, because I'm accustomed to strategic plans. And this is, if I'm not wrong, a living document that's constantly reviewed.
That is correct.
Is that not true? Okay.
Additional questions?
And I think for clarity too, and I was listening to Pam's comment, if you know where you are right now, you have to know where you are right now, and then it kind of, I think, better makes sense. When we look at this, we should have referred to that, and then we could see what percentage.
We will when we actually set the benchmarks, but you don't embed that in your strategic plan because those are going to change every year.
Right,
So-
and I just
so-
said for us,
right.
had we thought about that.
So what will happen on our data platform, on our website, you will see all this data in real time. If you click on About and click on MPS by the numbers, once this is launched, there will be metrics that everyone can see on a regular basis right there, looking at what our progress might be.
So this that we see, there'll be percentages, actual percentages.
Yes.
Okay.
Additional? No problem. Ms. Cloud has another question.
On page 13, the aim to, it was really mentioned, but what about our SPED and EL children? Where are we gonna put them in there for us to look at on aim 2, priority 1, aim 2? I didn't see any terminology in there for them. Could you clarify that for me, please?
Well, when you develop your goals for the actual district and the growth milestones, they will be part of that as well. So everybody fits in this. There's no specification about SPED students here or EL students there or African-American students here. All students will be based in here.
Well, you mentioned CTE, and so I thought you were being specific about
No,
grades.
so when schools disaggregate their individual data, that's when you boil down to those points to look at individual kids and individual student groups.
Okay, one last one, thank you. On page 33, on priority 5, family and engagement, I don't see where you mentioned PTA or PTSA, and that's a big part of our community.
That doesn't mean we can't do that,
Thank
just because it's not mentioned there.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Thank you, Dr. Brown. The next item on our agenda is a digital platform presentation. Welcome, Dr. Gregory King.
Good evening, Dr. Brown, Madam President, and school board members. The purpose of this presentation is to share the research that I've done on the digital platforms we currently have, and then also give a recommendation in terms of what is the best approach moving forward. So I want to share the background. I researched schools, PLP, and Imagine Learning platform services. I was not familiar with either and what they provided in Montgomery Public Schools, given that I've been here about 3 months. So it was my intent to do as much as I can on behalf of our students, behalf of Montgomery Public Schools and our community and our families on which option would be best at this point. So I wanted to understand the support services for English language learners, students with disabilities, and those students with 504 plans, because often with digital platform services, you may or may not get services for our students, and they are all our students. And so also I wanted to look at current schools, PLP, Imagine Learning, digital platform services, as I said, was in the district. And so I requested information on core and elective courses, credit and grade recovery option, and NCAA approved courses from both companies. Schools PLP and Imagine Learning was actually invited to present to the stakeholders. And those stakeholders included administrators, teachers, school-based staff. And I would like to say it wasn't the ideal timing because normally when you do a process to select a company and you're paying over $100,000 per year, you want to take as much time as you can and get much feedback from the constituents, especially principals and teachers who actually interact with the actual services that you're going to provide. And then you also want to gauge in terms of how effective the resource is going to be for our students because they're going to engage in it. So I did follow up on requests for support services after the presentation because I wanted to see what was documented to say what I couldn't see during the presentation was actually provided to us in terms of a document that we can refer to say, hey, would be conducive for our students to gain access not only to the platform, but they are successful in the platform. And so then I created and provided surveys for the school PLP Imagine Learning surveys to the stakeholders. And again, it was not the ideal situation given the time. However, the time was of essence because school was starting and we had vacancies, and so we needed to provide some services for our students so they could be engaged in learning and that they will not lose any learning. And also the other dynamic was you had Imagine Learning currently that we were using. The contract ended on September 30th. So I had to take in we had to take into consideration what would happen with those students if we ended the contract on June 30th. But at the same time, school started in August. So we wanted to make sure we provided students services so they would not be penalized for the time frame. And so with that said, this is what I wound up doing. So I did ask for the cost comparison. On the right side, you'll see Imagine Learning's cost, proportionally schools PLP on the left side. Those numbers are there for you. And you could see on Imagine Learning, because we have used Imagine Learning, I think approximately, and I don't have how much we've used them, I think over 10 years, there is no cost for professional development. Whereas schools PLP, we did do a pilot at JAG High School, and so their professional development, if we went with them, that's the second bullet point, 127.5 for the year, and $3 million for 3 years, whereas Ingenuity, the 1 year was $1.6 million. So currently, as I said, the sense of urgency was how many students that we currently have utilizing Ingenuity. So we had 1,639 students, and just like when you're looking at numbers, it's not actually a different student. A student could actually be taking 3 or 4 courses, so that 1,639 could have the student 1 or 3 times, but it's the same student. And so we did look, that's the total. And so that was the sense of urgency for me as the chief academic officer in terms of those students right there and putting a name with those students and the impact it would have on them if once the contract ended on September 30th, what will we do in terms of providing services and all the work the students put into it, that they would not, be penalized for, unfortunately, the time frame. So this is what my thinking was when I went through this process. So we did look at a pilot program. It's my understanding that there was a pilot program at JAG High School. So these are the numbers. Again, it was 76, courses. Again, that it could have been 1 or 2 students taking 3 or 4 courses, but this is what we use as a pilot program from my understanding at JAG High School. And so these are the current considerations that we have to make an informed decision. Number one, current, like I said before, Imagine Learning contract ends on September 30th, 2024. Students will lose coursework and have to start over in that. It could adversely impact students' graduation in high school. Graduation cohort rates, it depends on how many courses the students are taking for their credit that will contribute to their high school graduation. And then overage middle and high school students could benefit from having access to digital platform services due to teacher vacancies, and that's important. And so, oops, thank you. I want to sit down, but I'm messing up here. Let me go back here. Did you go back? Okay. So this is a recommendation, and Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can I pick it up? Okay. The recommendation is we have to renew. We can renew Imagine Learning contract or execute a new contract with schools PLP through December 31st, 2024. The reason why I state that is, number one, I always look at sustainability. We no longer have ESSER funds, and I think we spent a number of companies, we spent money using ESSER funds. We don't have that sustainability in terms of the cost of these contracts. So if possible, one of the things we can do is negotiate a per student course enrollment to lower the cost. I think we're just getting charged, I think we're just being charged a large number in some cases, but I just need to get more time to get into the details. Consider long-term costs and sustainability, which I stated before. Without ESSER funds, the question is, can we afford to pay $1 million a year plus for any program? And the other thing is, there is a free access that the state provides, and also we're in the early stages of researching that. One of it is the Alabama Connecting Educators and Students Statewide, which is the Access Program. We currently use the Access Program in with our virtual students, which is similar to the virtual spaces we're providing already. And then we do have access to access courses. We have the full franchise suite. The question is, how do we use it, and what staff we need in order to oversee the students taking the coursework and then also taking an exam. So what this would do is give us I'm asking for some more time. But anyway, these are my recommendations at this time, and then I'll take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll take questions. Ms. Cloud?
Yes, Dr. King, you said you gave surveys. How many did you give and how many did you get back?
When I don't know the approximate number, but like I stated earlier, it wasn't ideal in terms of how many responded to that. So I don't have the actual number. I can get that for you.
Okay, and then the second question is cost comparison. Your line under schools PLP, and then there's a line under Imagine Learning. You're comparing schools PLP, a 3-year subscription, to a 1-year subscription for Imagine Learning. That's why it looks a little skewed to me, but that's a 3-year subscription. And now the actual quotes that you gave Imagine Learning for until December of $497,896.51. Schools PLP $395,000. That's a difference of $102,896.51 for Imagine Learning.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, those numbers are accurate, but the $3 million came from a presentation from schools PLP. They stated that they had already shared that with the board or board members. So that was the quote that they provided. I did not necessarily ask for a 3 years. So that was the quote that they provided. I think they presented, when I first got here, on June 12th. And then the second thing is, yes, you do. There is a discrepancy between 395,000 and what Imagine Learning. That is accurate. I mean, that's accurate. The one thing that you have to consider is what are the variables and the other costs that we do not see. Number one is the potential disruption. Like right now, we just got progress reports. We have to consider what the impact is going to be on students. So it's not just the numbers, even though you could save, and I'm always about saving, you can't say that, but the point is to give you all of the information so that we can make an informed decision.
Thank you. Additional questions? Ms. Portis?
Dr. King, I understood you to say that they would lose what they've already done. Why is that?
Because, well, if you don't continue with Edgenuity, the work is in their platform. So that's the work that they have in their particular platform.
So our students So we could never end that contract if we started it, right?
No, well, it's going to end on September 30th anyway. So it's going to end. The question is whether or not we're going to renew because of the students in the courses now and what are our options.
Right.
So that,
And if we didn't renew, is there a way to pull that information over?
I'm sure it will be. I mean, I'll work on that. I can get an answer to that.
And then did I hear you say that with more time to look at this, or is this your recommendation tonight?
I always want more time because I think, we're talking about students here. We're talking about students' graduation. We're talking about the potential impact it's going to have on students. So the more time we have to make an informed decision, I'm always for that. However, I do want to recognize the actual sense of urgency and that we just have to make a decision. And I just want to just state for the record, to me, it really is about what is best for our students, not necessarily one or the other. So I just want to know that we approached this objectively as I could, so under the circumstances. So.
Yeah, well, thank you. That just seems a little less scary that we might have potential children that can't graduate, because that really wouldn't be the case. We would make sure that we, everything that's done up to this point is counted.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, we're going to do the best we can with it. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Keith? Madam President, thank you. Is there any possibility of you putting your recommendation back up there? I was trying to take two different pictures, one of that, and I just wanted to see your recommendation thing one more time to clarify where I'm going with this.
Yes, ma'am.
And it won't take me but a second.
It's in assembly.
Okay. Dr. Keith can't get into assembly, okay? It cuts off. I've had everybody try. Every time I come up here, but that's that's the ADHD. Here's the question. You are basically saying we can either renew Imagine Learning contract or come into a new contract. So you're not recommending either one. You're pretty much allowing us to make that decision. Am I correct?
Well, the policy is that we do have to, Superintendent Brown would have to make a recommendation, and then it's my understanding that then the board has to approve it.
Okay.
Just in my position, because I feel responsible for anything that I recommend, the impact it's going to have on students.
Right.
And teachers. So this weighs heavily on me, because regardless of where we go, the decision that you make, you have to live with that.
Mm-hmm.
And so to me, I'm not a proponent if I know we have an opportunity to use resources that we already have, that we don't have to pay funds for. And I think like the fact that the board and Dr. Brown and Mr. Watts have worked so hard to have a fund balance for the health of our district as well as our students. I just am cautiously stating that we should consider other options for either one. That's
okay.
just my.
If I may, okay, because I have, I want to, you and I had this little discussion. I think you saw a part of me that people don't see, and I have apologized for that. And I think it is, I think you have to understand this is what happened last week. This is where, to me, the rubber hit the road for me, okay? We did this over a year ago. We voted, 4 of us, against Edgenuity. All of a sudden, we get into executive session, we come out, and we're like, okay, forget it. We're going to do Edgenuity because we were given a 1-day notice. It's always something. And that was a little upsetting. It's, hey, the deal was, hey, if you don't buy into this, these poor children are going to lose something tomorrow. Literally. I've brought every email. I've brought every text. I've printed it. I have it right here. Okay? So none of this is hearsay. Okay? When we came to terms, and you said you didn't know the history, I'm telling you a little of the history. Little history is even our superintendent said, I'm not really an Edgenuity fan, and, if y'all do this, I'm going to find a competitor. Well, let me take you down to May. I get central, people know who I am, and people know I'm a heck of a fighter. Maybe I go a little crazy, but I'm a heck of a fighter. When you get people to turn in emails where you deny a company, when I've asked every month, have you found a competitor? Have you found a competitor? Have you found a competitor? And Dr. Keith, we're looking for it. Oh, no, it wasn't Dr. Keith. It was Lisa, because we were on those terms. We were on one-on-one great terms. I'm looking for it, Lisa. I'm looking for it. We get to May, and I get all these emails that I would have never seen where they denied that company PLP. So that was the start of a little fire for me. I'm just giving you the history. So I started studying this, and this is what I found out. You had a 3-year contract with PLP that was $1 million less, and you had the other contract with Edgenuity where one of our employees, it doesn't matter, was getting paid $200,000 to deliver it. With PLP, it's $80,000. We don't pay that. Edgenuity pays that. Edgenuity is outdated. Edgenuity, we know for a fact that students are coming and taking them and getting out in 3 days with a B. That's what I was talking about earlier. I got so mad that I dug my heels into this. I had them fly here from Arizona, come here from Atlanta, and they did a heck of a job. And then let me ask you this, because then I hate that it was passed to you. I do. You were new and you didn't know the history, and I don't know why it was passed. I think I know, but I'm not going there. Okay, here. Tell me this: if you have 51 schools, and you invite principals, and then only 19 show, and only 7 of them are principals, how are you getting a true evaluation of who wants what?
Well, let me address that first, and I said this earlier. It wasn't the ideal situation to actually look into to consider either one. Principals were beginning school, and their priority are our students. And so as a result of that, we were only 2 weeks into school. And so, and I admit, for me, that was very difficult for me to even ask them to actually take up their time when they got kids showing up, they got teachers, they got vacancies. So to me, it wasn't the ideal. And I'll admit, and I'll be the first to admit, I am a data person.
Me too.
And it was never intended for me to deceive, to say that we had a lot turnout. Even with the survey that I create, or that my team created, it would have yielded some great information had the people been able to be there to actually participate. Because what you want in this situation, and as a leader or any decision that you make, and this is, Dr. Brown gave me the opportunity to be as objective as I could, and that's what I intended to deliver. The one thing that you want to consider are the people that, when you make a decision, the people that have to carry it, they have to kind of want to own it and get input in that process. So that when we do have issues or we have problems, we can all come together and talk and say how to solve that. So, and since I've been here, it's not a top-down since I've been here. This is about getting more people involved in that decision-making, and I think that's reflective in the things that we're doing with the strategic plan, the portrait of a graduate, all of those things that we say are on paper, we're actually living at, and that's what's important. So I do understand, and I wasn't here when that happened, but thank you, and I've always said thank you for sharing the history with me, because had we started back then, we would have had some more time to kind of really get to the answer that we need, because at the end of the day, it's all about the children. And
Okay.
I don't also want to, because I think I'm not implying that, and I didn't mean to put even when Ms. Porter said, I didn't mean to say this is going to happen as a fear factor. This is a reality, what could happen. And at the same time, regardless of where we wind up, it may be disruptive. That's all.
And that's scary, but let me just share this with you, okay? This is important information. I'm not going to go into what Ms. Cloud went over, but she said it looks skewed. If you look at the chart you put up here, it looks to your people, the average person that's just kind of viewing it. You see one that says 3,000, one that says, or 3 million. You see one that says 1.6. And this is 1 year. This is 3 years. If you add it, there's $1 million more. $1 million more to Edgenuity. Now, I want you to think that we have a 30% pass rate at Edgenuity, and you yourself admitted that at JAG we had an 85% pilot study where they had that much success. So let's end that. Because I didn't interrupt you. Sure. Let me say this one other thing. I've talked to PLP this week. I've been on I don't know how many different, and I'm not getting into the minutia. I'm trying to do this for our children because it's not a 3-day thing. They actually get you to read. They do all languages. They engage these children. Any of the little sayers out here going, okay, they don't know, or maybe they're doing it for their kids and they don't want to do the work. I don't care. But I know this. You told me, and this bothered me, you told me we had 1,600 students that already started, and if we stop it now, and it was almost like, oh, hey, we got one more day. It was, to me, that's why I got so angry. There's always something. Because I've never in my life, in 10 years of being on this board, ever had that much pushback. And I'll say, to me, it meant kickbacks. Now PLP comes in and says, we can take your 1,600. We'll take them where they're at. You got that proposal, Tuesday. If you haven't seen it, I've got it right here. They will take our 1,600 students. They will they will take whatever they have. If they have a C, if they have a D, if they have an A. They're willing to take that and weight it as whatever weeks. And then take over with this, and there's still $500,000 less, a half for the year. So if y'all are trying to save money, what is the pushback? Please tell me.
Well, let me correct something. I never mentioned anything about saving money. I think that was the implication when PLP provided $395,000. And let me just say this. If we had a fair and objective process, you would have what is called blind bids, where no company has information so that we can really compare apples to apples. It's one thing when a company has access to information and then they lower the prices. What that tells me, and I'm just saying, what that tells me is, number one, is it really about relationships with our children? And secondly, I didn't propose a year. I'm proposing just through December because, as I said, I'm not into paying a company $1 million when we have the staff, or we have the people that we can get the free access to the franchise courses that are already aligned to the Alabama state standards, that our students could actually have access to that. Even our vacant teacher in our vacancy can have access to those courses. And that is what I'm saying. So I don't want to, I don't have any preference for either company. I just know long-term wise what is going to be in the best interest of students. That's how I make my decision.
Okay, let me make my last thing. You do, but you also ask other people, because here's what I have a problem with, and I'm going to get down and dirty and real. When I went and asked our superintendent, what was the problem? Why did you deny him? It was, I got this. They talked down to me. I know you yourself have had help and said, what's the history of it? And when I asked that person, which is a very good friend of mine, what do you have against PLP? You know what it was? She didn't like some of the people that are in high positions here. And that's not fair. That's not how you make a decision. You make a decision for our children because of the program and the process of what they're willing to do.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm hoping when you talk to your people, you ask them what they have about it. And when they tell you this person likes it, that's why I don't, that's not any reason that you stop a program.
Thank you. Ms. Cloud.
Thank you. You mentioned a couple of times we had 1,600 on Edgenuity Imagine Learning right now, and it would drop them off. Is that what? I think you said it twice, 1,600.
1639.
1630. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
We now, since the progress report for high school, have a total of 8,898 children that hopefully will be going on one of these platforms. So we're going to be.
Could you clarify what data point are you referring? And when you say why did you, I mean, I'm just, what data point?
Well,
are you
I wanted to say right now, you've got 1,600 and some other few more. You just
Right.
mentioned 1,600. But coming now, at this point in time, we have got, for high school, just high school, 8,898 that will be using this platform to recover or to get what they need to move forward. And we're using something that we're not real, that we're going to drop 1,600, but yet we're going to leave the other 8,898 wanting something that we can do better for them.
Yeah, but I'm not understanding what you're referencing when you say 8,000 students.
It's the ones that made Ds and Fs on
Okay.
their progress reports.
Well, in terms of Ds and F, that's a number of variables that impact that. And then I just want to, and I don't have the numbers to actually really look at what are the other variables, because those are not in terms of a student could have a D, F in several classes, and that is what would make it higher. However, I'm not a proponent that still students who have Ds and F, the best strategy is through teaching, standards-based teaching. So putting a student in a D and F on an Edgenuity or another program will not necessarily help that students if they're not being engaged in the classroom. So in the classroom is what I propose all the time with teaching directly from teachers. And so that is what, my preference is. And I'm not, like I say, 8,000, I don't know where those numbers are coming from, but that
From
does
you,
not.
they came from you. Yes, they
well,
came from him.
But I still would not, that doesn't, 8,000 for Ds and F does not indicate that we're going to put students in engineering or schools PLP. That's all I'm saying.
I hate to tell you this, but that's where they're headed, because we have teachers that are teaching, but these children need to do what they need to do to catch up to where they're going, and that's where they're going to end up, is on Edgenuity. But thank you. I just wanted to get the clarification of 1,600. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Portis.
Well, Ds and Fs is almost too late to get on Ingenuity, because that platform, you have to do some real teaching in Ingenuity as opposed to PL. Now, one thing I do like about PLP, Dr. King, they have a live person, tutor, that helps them. The only problem I have with Ingenuity is our historical, neglect for that program. It is a program too easily placed in front of children to be left alone. And Edgenuity, the software for Edgenuity does not support a child learning by themselves. They have to be taught to work that program. And again, we have to think about our population of teachers. Are they prepared? Edgenuity worked at a time, but are we at that place now where we can take children and Edgenuity is a resource for them? Because it shouldn't be a teaching model. If it is, it's poor.
I agree.
So, and one more question. That 497, that's October to December. Now, if you get to December, what are you going to do then? Because
No, we have to do something before that. No, ma'am. No, we have to do something.
Thank you. Additional questions of Dr. King? Yes, Dr. Keith, go ahead.
I didn't say this. The biggest complaint is that we have 400 certified teachers because we have our good teachers running off. The only program that will work with the emergency certified teachers is not Edgenuity, it's PLP. Like I said a long time ago, this is a no-brainer. I think I know what's going to happen because I know what's going to happen, and that's fine. Okay, that I get it.
Thank you, Dr. King.
Thank you.
The next item on our business agenda is our consent agenda, listed as items A through H. Dr. Brown?
Madam President, recommend for approval the consent agenda as listed.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent. Is there a motion?
Madam President, I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that we do approve the superintendent's recommendation for our consent agenda, items A through H. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll take the vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. It is unanimous. The next 7 items on our agenda are to be considered for approval, beginning with the personnel report, certified personnel. Dr. Brown.
Madam President, I recommend for approval the personnel report, certified personnel.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. You have heard the recommendation of the superintendent. Is there a motion?
Madam President, I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation.
I second it.
It has been moved and seconded that we accept the superintendent's recommendation. Is there discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll take the vote. All those in favor, raise your hands.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking about the next one. Try it again, please.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands and raise them high because the secretary is looking to count. It is unanimous. The next item on the agenda is the personnel report, certified personnel, a certified addendum. At this point, the board has received the letter of resignation from our superintendent, Dr. Melvin Brown. What's the pleasure of the board? Is there a motion regarding this resignation?
I can't recommend myself.
This is a job that we hire for.
Who's recommending it?
Someone can make a motion. This is for you to make the motion. What does this board want to do?
I move that we accept the superintendent's personnel recommendation.
Is there a second?
I second it.
It has been moved and seconded that we accept the that we accept the resignation of the superintendent. All those in favor, raise your hands. I'm sorry? Absolutely. Is there discussion? Thank you. Ms. Brown.
I have a heavy heart about this whole situation because I think that there is some misunderstanding about this whole talk about this resignation. And I think that I know that Dr. Brown has to do what Dr. Brown has to do for his family. I understand that. But I also know that the work that Dr. Brown has done for this district, we cannot pay him enough for the work that he's done. The resources that he has given us, the resources that he has made available to us is invaluable. And I've only been on the board, this is my 4th year on the board. But I do know that we have come a long way. And I was really hoping that we could see this thing through and we would make many, 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 many strides in the right path. And I do not want to put pressure on Dr. Brown, but I will say that I am very disappointed. The district that I lead or that I'm responsible for, I take it serious. I do what I can do to help the district in any way I can. And I feel that we are at a crossroads for petty things. And I think that we, as a board, we must come together with whomever we see at the helm, right? And I think that we get confused as to the day-to-day and the governance part. And that's natural because we are human. I'm not blaming anyone, but because all of us are passionate, we would not be here if we were not passionate about what we're doing. And I think that we also have to, as leaders, we have to think about the fact that as leaders, we have to sometimes lead from the back or lead from the side. We can't always be at the top. And so I just really wish that the board members would consider what is really best for the children in the district, because we all say that it's about the children. And we all say that we want our employees to grow. We want our employees to flourish. We want our employees to have the resources that they need. But this man has brought resources to our district that our district have not seen before. And that is really all that I have to say.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Ms. Keith, I'm sorry, Dr. Keith.
I want to start out, and hopefully I can be brief. I'm going to agree with Dr. Brown, or Cassandra, in that I think there's been some misunderstandings. I think there's been some miscommunications. Another word that she said was petty. I would have been one, I will tell you this, and I mean it with my heart. The best superintendent I thought we ever had was Clinton Carter. I will tell you, and you can heckle. The one next to that would have been this man right here. I have enjoyed working with him. My heart is almost broken that petty things, miscommunication, and a will not to sit down and work as a team. He has a beautiful vision, but you must have a shared vision, and you have to share it, and you include your board. This board has been trained by the AASB, that is your Alabama Association of Boards. And what that means is we are becoming robots. You've got your political leaders and other things like the Chamber of Commerce coming in here. They have never come in here in their lives. But the pressure that they put on us was just undue. It was wrong. I've always looked up to the Chamber of Commerce. And hey, if I run again, I'm sure the banners are going to come out. The things are going to, don't vote for Lisa. Amen. Do it. Because this town needs to know exactly what the Chamber did. They wanted to fill this room. You didn't fill this room because there's still seats out there. So what I'm saying, what you did, what y'all did, this man, it hurt him. He even said to me that he didn't want to do that. He said to me twice.
Dr.
Like
Key.
I said, he called me on a first-name basis. He said,
Dr.
I
Key.
don't want to be here. And I'm not going to stop somebody that wants to resign. That's wrong.
Dr. Keith. Yeah, we don't need to.
Cut me off because you don't want to hear the truth.
Excuse me, Madam President.
We don't want, yes, ma'am.
If I may make a recommendation for the board to go into
Absolutely.
an executive session under the pretense that we will have the board discuss good name and character as well as possible legal matters.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Powell.
If I may, Dr. Coleman, I would definitely need the board to make a motion and vote on going into that executive session.
At this time, we'll take such a motion.
I move that we go into executive session.
It has been moved and seconded that we move into executive session. Is there discussion? Hearing no, yes.
Question, we're going to discuss, what are we going to discuss? We're just going to discuss this.
We're going to discuss this matter, item 18B.
Good name and character.
Is there further discussion? All those in favor of going into executive session, raise your hands. It passes. Oh, I'm sorry, all those not in favor, raise your hand. It passes. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you. We will be in executive session for approximately 15 minutes. We ask that you please be patient with us, and while we are there, we will not take a vote. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have completed our executive session. No votes were taken while we were in executive session. At this time, we are ready to take a vote. It has been moved and seconded that we do accept the resignation of Dr. Melvin J. Brown. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hands. It passes. We do reluctantly accept this resignation, but we do know that Montgomery Public Schools is strong. We do have capable leaders. We wish our Dr. Brown well in future endeavors, but we are certain that we will bounce back from this, and we are prepared to move this district forward. At this time, we go to the next item on our agenda, and that will be personnel report, classified personnel. Dr. Brown.
Madam President, I recommend for approval the personnel report, classified personnel.
You have heard the recommendation of the superintendent. Is there a motion?
Madam President, I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation.
I second it.
It has been moved and seconded that we accept the superintendent's recommendation. Is there discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll take the vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. It is unanimous. The next item, personnel report, classified personnel.
Madam President, I recommend for approval the personnel report, classified personnel addendum.
And I'm sorry, you have heard the recommendation of the superintendent. The board has received the letter of resignation from our CSFO, Mr. Watts. Is there a motion?
I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation.
Second it.
It has been moved and seconded that we accept the resignation of Mr. Watts, the CSFO. Is there discussion?
Mr. Watts, classmate, I wish you the very best.
Thank you. Is there further discussion?
I just
Dr.
wanted
Key?
to say how much I appreciate you, and I just hope that we can continue the relationship that we've always had. I think we only had one down, which I do want to apologize the way I said it. You know how I feel about salary raises. So I want to give you an official apology for the day that I said what I said, because I absolutely think you are the smartest person, CSFO, and I know that the state's going to love you, and I just hope that you kind of stick with us and are there, like you said, to help us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready for the vote? All those in favor, raise your hands. I'm sorry, all those in favor, raise your hands. It is unanimous. Again, reluctantly, we accept the resignation of our CSFO. The next item on the agenda, personnel report teams. Dr. Brown.
Madam President, I recommend for approval the personnel report teams.
You've heard the recommendation of our superintendent. Is there a motion?
I motion that we accept the superintendent's recommendation for his teams.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second it.
It has been moved and seconded that we do accept the superintendent's recommendation. Is there a discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll take the vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. It is unanimous. The next item, item F, the year 24-25 grading, promotion, and retention procedures. Dr. Brown.
Madam President, I recommend for approval the 24-25 grading, promotion, and retention procedures.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent regarding our GPR. Is there a motion?
Madam President, I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation.
Is there a second?
I second it.
It has been moved and seconded that we accept the superintendent's recommendation. Is there discussion?
Yes. I just, like I said, I think it should, when you look at what they have, I think Ms. Hatch and her committee have done a great job. I think we should consider, because it's a good job, and I'd like to approve it with the exception of the way the grading is, I'd say table it. Instead of, I think if we table it, there's hope that a lot of it can happen. Because my only thing is, if we say no, then we're taking all the work they've done and all the good in that paperwork that they did with, the turning in late. I mean, there were so many good things that I think Ms. Hatch has done. So I'd say table it. I don't know how to go and say, can we table it? Or, if y'all want to say no, then that's up to y'all.
You have to,
Okay, then I'd like to amend the agenda.
the motion.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I'd like to motion, yes, you know where I'm at, I told you I'm back there. Okay, I'd like to motion that we
No.
amend the motion and table Ms. Hatch's GPR.
Do you have a second?
I second that we table it.
It has been moved and seconded to table a vote on the GPR. Is there discussion? Yes.
Is this to get, have an opportunity to look at it a little further?
And to make the corrections or the notes. I think she added some notes. We just want to make sure that the verbiage is,
Okay, I'm sorry. Is there further discussion? All those in favor of tabling, raise your hands. All those opposed? It passes. The next agenda item, salary group increases. Dr. Brown.
Madam President, I recommend for approval the salary group increases.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent. Is there a motion?
I move to accept the superintendent's recommendation.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded that we do accept the superintendent's recommendation. Is there discussion?
I have one item, and I stated it clearly, and I think a document of this size and this importance just deserves another look. I would like to amend the motion to table it for further discussion.
I second it.
It has been moved and seconded that we table the salary group increases. Is there discussion? Yes.
One of the things that this is just me, and I think some of you know how I feel. In this regard, in looking at the competitive nature, and having the policy to look at this annually would be probably one of the best bets. And I said that earlier, and I just want to reiterate that, because when you're trying to attract employees, you want to make sure that you are competitive, and not to say you're not just because it's table. Let me just clear that up. But I think at this time that it would probably be best to move forward with this one and then make the adjustments when we have to make adjustments. But that's just my opinion.
And may I ask the question then, with that new information or possibility? Because I did like that Ms. Brown brought that. So would that be a policy on the table to say we will come back we approve this like it is now, that we will come back per our policy and review these salaries again. Because now, remember,
Go ahead.
you have those that are going from 9 months to 11 months. You approve it, they go now.
The motion right now on the,
Okay, go ahead.
Just to respond to that part of it, there will be
Go
a
ahead.
process to implement, so there's still some work to be done in terms of implementation, so it doesn't happen instantaneously.
okay.
Can I re-amend
Right
my
now,
motion?
right now, there's a motion on the floor to table. You can vote it up or down.
Okay. You know, for
Discussion.
discussion. There are so many things, we don't know the job description. Our superintendent just said we're still working on it. It's to table it. It's to table it and talk about it. How do we take some people and give them 1,000, then we go to 13,000, then we go to 26,000? There's just a lot. I'm not totally against it, but it's, especially since our CSFO said it wasn't coming from property taxes, which I want to hope that's true. I still feel it's coming from the taxpayers regardless. And, you know, I look at me and, you know, and I look at, you know, other people,
Madam
and they
President,
talk
can
about
we
me,
call
I make
for the vote?
$1,000 a month teaching.
There's a
and I'm
call.
like, can I do this?
There's a call for the question.
It wasn't a question, it was discussion.
No, she's calling for the vote.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Okay.
Vote up or down?
Who's trying to get my
Yes.
attention?
Can I add something really quickly? I didn't say it wasn't ready. I said there was a process by which it's implemented. So initially, you do the salary schedules, then you have to do the job descriptions, which are completed, then you do reclassifications of positions. So there's a process by which all these would then be interacted. There's nothing wrong with the process. This is simply just the salary schedules themselves.
Okay, thank you. There's call for the question. All those in favor of tabling, raise your hand.
Yeah, for clarity now. So this is moving. So this document, we have the salary schedule, we'll put the job descriptions in place, and then it will go to the public. Will we have any more input, I guess?
Well, then you have the reclassified positions, because you know we're eliminating some positions to
Right.
make them others. There's a process by which people are put into those roles, so there's still a process.
Okay.
This is strictly for the salary schedule itself.
Okay.
Okay, again, the motion on the floor is to table. All those in favor, raise your hands. It fails, we go back to the main motion, and that motion, which was seconded, is to accept the superintendent's recommendation. All those in favor, please raise your hands. It passes. Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the strategic plan. Dr. Brown,
Madam President, I recommend for approval the adoption of this strategic plan.
you've heard the recommendation of the superintendent. Is there a motion?
I move to accept the recommendation of the superintendent.
Is there a second?
I second.
It has been moved and seconded that we do accept the recommendation of the superintendent. Is there a discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll take the vote. All those in favor of the strategic plan, please raise your hands. Okay. It fails. The next item on the agenda for consideration is the digital platform approval. Dr. Brown.
Madam President, I recommend for approval following Dr. King's guidance to renew the Imagine Learning contract until December of 2024, and then go forward with looking at Access as the solution for our district.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent. Is there a motion?
I move to accept the recommendation of the superintendent.
Is there a second?
I second.
It has been moved and seconded that we accept the recommendation of the superintendent. Is there discussion?
Based off of the comments that Dr. King made, which were very legitimate concerns, given that he needs more time so that we can properly view it, if I understood correctly, just a little bit more time to look through and provide us some additional information. So I'm making a motion that we table it until we get that particular information. It's the same thing we just.
Okay, now I will say that as the chair, I normally don't get engaged in these discussions or debates, but I think it's going to be important to ask what happens to those students who are currently enrolled. I think it's important that we pay attention to that. I'm not
PLP
telling you
said they
which
could
way to
do that.
go.
Is the deadline not September 30th?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
And then what he's asking is for us to renew it until December, and if we could use it until that time, then he can look into it, and then we can revisit it after that.
May I?
Is that, okay.
I just wanted us to have clarity before you take the vote.
I
Yes,
was gonna ask if he could, just comment on that. So then just one more time for clarification, because I heard additional time, and that's what I kind of wrote down, and that's why I made that recommendation.
Testing. Yeah, it's additional time to look at both schools PLP and Edgenuity over these next, before December 31st ends, but we do need to make a decision today for the students not to be dropped or lose their work that they're doing now.
You're recommending that Imagine Learning continues to be utilized at this time until until that contractual date expires.
December.
Yes.
Which is in December.
Yes.
Okay.
But you're also recommending schools PLP also, aren't you?
Yeah, but Dr. Brown made the recommendation, and so I'm in support of that.
And I also, like I said earlier, I said I kind of knew what the recommendation was going to be anyway, just because I knew it. What I'm saying here, to answer our president said, we have these students now. As I told you, Dr. King was sent a proposal there where they can pick it up, weight it, and it's still cheaper than Imagine Learning. So there is a way to pick that up. So there is, my thing here is this, there just seems to be some personal decisions, recommendations up here that bother me and concern me just a little.
Well, the recommendation
Okay.
was for digital platform approval, right?
And they called it that for a reason.
Oh,
That was to push back more.
okay.
One more discussion.
One more discussion
Just
item.
one
Yes,
more.
absolutely.
Dr. King, where Dr. King go? Is it possible, since we need these children to be to December, you mentioned getting a per student rate? Oh, but we
I
can't
can
do
ask,
that
I
because
can
we
definitely
won't have
ask for
time
that.
to do
I can ask for that. Definitely. I just didn't have time to do it
Yeah.
at this time,
Okay,
by the time this presentation happened.
but you will do that.
Yes, ma'am.
I think if we would pass the Ingenuity now, because it ends on the 30th, he told us that in December, that will give him time to
consider
look through
the
it
other one, yeah.
and
He's
reconsider.
not here in December.
Okay.
And then we can make a
He's
decision.
There
gone in
is-
December. He leaves November 1.
There is a motion
yeah.
on the floor to table.
Okay.
There's a motion on the floor to table. At this time, we are ready to take a vote. Oh, she didn't get a second. Oh,
Yeah, he said
The secretary did not hear a second. I apologize.
He said we didn't have the time to table. We've got to do the September 30th. So we
Is
can't-
there a motion?
The The motion was brought. We just need a second.
I second.
Okay. The motion to table and a second. Okay?
For now, that's this one. So we
Okay.
want to close
I
the door.
hear you now. I hear you now. All those in favor of tabling, raise your hands. It fails. Do we have a motion regarding? Okay, back to the original motion, and that is to accept the superintendent's recommendation. All those in favor, raise your hands.
No, just accept ingenuity. You're accepting ingenuity. For until December.
1, 2, 3. I will vote to accept the recommendation, and it passes. I'm sorry. All those opposed, please raise your hand. All right, that took care of that. All right, at this point, there being no further items for consideration for approval, the business meeting is adjourned. Nobody needs a break.
I don't want to.
No.
Okay.
I got to go to work.
Okay.
It's not helping our children. That's a semester. That only gives them.
At this time, I call to order the work session, September 16, 2024, of the Montgomery County Board of Education. It is 8:37 p.m. There are still 7 members present. I declare that a quorum is present. The agenda was posted for our review. Without objection, shall we approve this agenda by unanimous consent? Is there objection? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, this agenda has been approved. Let us receive as information from Mr. Glenn Slater, update for Volkert.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Brown. This is our monthly update. We've got a little highlight for Percy Julian School this month. This is the site for Percy Julian on the boulevard there at Lagoon Park. It's about 133 acres. The road I was speaking of earlier on Todd Road would be up to the top of the page there, and it'll be replacing the road that's running right through the center of the site. The project team is McKee and Associates. The architect with MBA is the structural and civil engineer. Gunn Associates is electrical engineer. Zaguvis Erring, along with Eagle, is the mechanical and plumbing engineers. Goodwin Mills and Kaywood is the geotech and the surveyor. Skipper Consulting is doing traffic. Stipe Consultants is the kitchen designer. ADS is the interior design. And we are, of course, the program managers. The 300,000 square foot school is will be made for 1,500 students. 2-story for most of the academic areas. It'll have some collaborative spaces for the students to meet during off times, science labs, media center with a lecture hall inside the media center. Got career tech classrooms, including business, health, hospitality, and then kitchen that'll have 500 per lunch wave. Dedicated classrooms for art, band, choral, theater, drama, studio space, ROTC, 750-seat auditorium with ticketing concessions, a 1,750-seat competition gymnasium along with a practice gymnasium, wrestling and cheer room, athletic weight room, PE and health classrooms, the full ensuite of administrative suite, and also will have an athletic field house similar to what's being built at Carver High School right now. This is the overall campus plan. The road mentioned again is at the top of the page. Then the intersection is going into the boulevard, and we're weaving back and forth to keep the stacking where we've got plenty of stacking area. There'll be a pond in the front yard that will be like a water feature here. The building itself will be 8 foot above the 100-year floodplain, so it'll be biblical if we get flood there. Again, first phase of the project is the Todd Road, which bid back in the end of August, which was on the agenda for approval tonight. And then phase 2 will be the main high school, which we hope to bid before the end of the year. Here's the overall floor plan. It's a little small on the screen here, but the area to the top there in light blue is the second floor, and it's the 11th and 12th grade pods. Down on the lower side there to the far left bottom is the 9th grade pod. And I'm sorry, the top of the lower section is the 9th grade pod. Then the 10th grade and the exceptional ed, then down to the purple areas there is the athletics and the auditorium areas. This is a bird's eye view of the front of the school with the main portion there where the cupola is in the center. And the auditorium is to the far right. Classroom wings are coming back toward you there from the front. This would be a view from coming from the south, where the auditorium and gymnasiums are closest to you, with the academic wing further. The field house is off to the right. Here's looking from the boulevard back at the school with the pond in the front. Nice water feature. I also want to, before we go into questions on this, we've got a change order coming for the Carver 9th grade and Fieldhouse Academy, or 9th grade academy and Fieldhouse, that I'll ask to be on for approval for next month. It's well within the budget for the project, and it's about 1.6 of the construction cost, which is what I consider a very, very good number for a change order. They were most of the items on it were unforeseen conditions and unsuitable soils. Any other questions?
Thank you. Are there questions of Mr. Slater?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda, board member compensation. Dr. Brown?
As requested by the board, I think 2 meetings ago, I believe, the question was whether or not it was applicable to raise board member compensation based on new legislation. Effective October 1st of 2024, board member compensation according to the law, section 16126 was raised from $600 to $900. That's something for the board's consideration if it'd like to explore that in coming weeks. Just providing that for information.
Thank you. Are there questions regarding board member compensation? Hearing no questions. The next item, the seal of biliteracy. Yes, Ms. Natalie Rose McKnight.
Yes, good evening. So the Alabama Seal of Biliteracy is awarded to, here we go. is an award for graduating seniors who, during the studies in Montgomery Public Schools, have provided proficiency in English or one or more world languages. This achievement demonstrates the proficiency in both social and academic use of language. And we are just starting this right now in our district, but it's going to validate a student's proficiency in English and in one or more languages. It will motivate our students to grow beyond the novice level of a foreign language. It also will evaluate a student's use of the language in addition to their knowledge about the language. It will also develop a student's readiness for college and career readiness opportunities, and it will also allow them to be global citizens. So the seal of biliteracy requirements is, of course, completion of all high school requirements of the state of Alabama, which is why a senior has to be able to receive it. Demonstrate proficiency of one of the English language proficiency criterias, which you will see in a second. Demonstrate proficiency in one or more world languages as well, and you'll see that criteria here in a second. The English proficiency you can receive for that part of the seal of biliteracy, you have to receive either an 18 on the English ACT as a criteria, a 20 on the ACT reading, a 3 in an AP placement of a world language AP test, a 5 on the interbaccalaureate part of that exam, or if you are part of the EL category with WIDA access, have a 4.8 or higher. And then, of course, the bottom part is for Latin. We do have some Latin students as well taking Latin, but if they get intermediate or mid on 3 on theirs. For the world language assessment, we went with STAMPS 4S as the proficiency test for them, or the assessment for them to do. They have to receive an intermediate, mid, or higher on that test, advanced placement 3 in their world language, an interbaccalaureate 4, and then for Latin is the intermediate, mid-level 3. Upon completion of the seal of biliteracy for the state of Alabama, they will, I'm going backwards, I'm sorry. The seal will be affixed to their high school diploma. They will also be able to have it on their transcript as part of something that they have accomplished, a credential. And then also with coordinating with the graduation committee, we will also have recognition for the students as well at graduation, whether it be in then also medallion as well.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Are there questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item, facilities update, Mr. Chad Anderson.
Good evening, Dr. Brown, members of the board. If you'll look at your spreadsheet with me, we'll go through these quickly. Volkert has shared in recent weeks and all on their projects, and we'll skip down to the Brubaker Intermediate HVAC renovation. That is in the final stages. We're just working on sorting out the controls for those HVAC. That's a district thing where we can control the climates in those buildings and also monitor the climates in those buildings so that we don't get an HVAC set down too low and we have a unit that freezes, or set too high and we have issues with that. So it keeps us in a range with that so that we can maintain our equipment better. So that's the phase we're in right now with the Brubaker Intermediate HVAC. Brubaker Primary HVAC renovation is wrapping up on its final 2 phases. Most of the equipment is in, and we're getting close to getting into that the controls phase of those things. Morningview and Davis, we met on site with the engineer and our maintenance supervisor that's over HVAC. He is the expert in that from the district level and provided a lot of input and insight there. We met with administrators on site at both of those locations. If you recall, we received the capital grants for that from the Lieutenant Governor, and then we're also utilizing some ATF funds to put towards that to complete those 2 projects. It'll be similar in scope to what was completed at Goodwin, and we look forward to getting those off and running. The Morningview project, or the Davis project, we plan to bid prior to Christmas, and then Morningview will follow that shortly thereafter. Blunt roof is complete. Operations, security, HVAC replacement. We're working on the pre-construction meeting for that. The contractor for that job that was approved, or that was accepted with a low bid and approved, is the same ones that are doing the Brubaker project. So we definitely wanted them to complete the schools first and then look at the office areas that'll be getting those renovations, equipment renovations. Vertical surface treatment and cleaning, they are moving through very quickly. We're going to get into our last phases of that. You see the areas that we worked on with T.S. Morris and Dalreda and a couple of the other areas. And then we're working on this building that we're in right now. We're going to treat the walls of this building to take care of some of the mold, mildew that are in the brick and the crevices of that. Carver and Katoma, we held the pre-construction meetings for the roof replacements of those. They've already begun at Carver in the annex area, and Katoma will follow shortly after. Just the contractors are procuring their materials for that job, and we'll move quickly on that. The electric bus grant, we're getting to the final stages of being able to get that implemented. Mr. Thornton signed off on his portions of that for the approximate $100,000 it'll cost the district. We've met with Dixie Electric about upgrading the grid there and what they have to do, and then also the electrical people that will be installing the chargers with that. We've met with them on site and gone through that specifically on the details with that, so we're entering that final stages. The buses are in production, so we want to be able to make sure when they are completed that we're ready to begin the service of those vehicles out in our district with that. The BTW Chapel and Athletic Storage renovation, that's moving along quickly. They're restoring the old chapel in the back, some of the rotted wood that was there, and also repainting that outside area so that it matches the exterior of the renovations that we completed with the new school. And then we are placing a small storage shed there near the athletic field so that we can store equipment and various things for the field to help with the maintenance and upkeep of that. And then I just wanted to mention the city paving MOU progress. You see the ones listed there that the city was able to complete this year. Vaughn Road Circle, Capitol Heights, Wares Ferry, Crump, Morning View, McKee Complex, Bear, and the Children's Center, and they're going to try to work towards Brubaker, some of the outer loop there with that. We'll try to complete the rest of it as we get into next summer with parking lots and that sort of thing. So we really appreciate the partnership that we've had with them on that. That will take us over 20 parking lots completed in their time so far. So they're moving closer to completing their part of the MOU for the old Floyd property with that. And as you can see, if you've been out to the schools, it's much better surfaces, a lot less potholes for the maintenance department to complete. So we appreciate that, and it's been a really good service for the district. Questions?
Are there questions? Ms. Cloud?
Yes, ma'am. It should be, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Should be very quickly. Probably I would say within the next 30 days, weather permitting. Yes, ma'am.
Additional questions, Ms. Portis?
Mr. Anderson, is there anything in the works for flowers? Those windows over there are so bad, and I know you're gonna do the washing of the bottom, but I know they won't get a school when we do anything for them. Will you look at it and see?
Yes, ma'am. All of the schools, similar to the construction of like Goodwin, Morning View, Davis, we want to take that plan, if we're not building a new school, we want to take that plan for central heating and air to all of those and get rid of the little small window units that we have hanging out from those buildings. But that is in the plan, but the cost of those things is so expensive, so we have to be very strategic in how we move that. The Lieutenant Governor did open up some more capital grants, and we're going to look to add as many proposals to that to see what we can receive from the Lieutenant Governor and hopefully make our dollars stretch even further.
Good.
Yes, ma'am.
Additional questions? We thank you, Mr. Anderson. At this time, there are a few new business items that have been submitted, and I will try to go through those quickly. The first one is annual meeting of the Montgomery County Board of Education. We are expected to hold an annual meeting after the November election cycle has concluded. At the annual meeting, the members of the board are to elect a president and a vice president for the upcoming term. We need for each of you to be prepared to recommend dates for this annual meeting to be held at a date. I'm looking at something other than our regular meeting date because we are expected to do a few, carry out a few important issues. And we do need to know whether or not our board falls under a local, a separate local designation as far as the voting and our meeting dates are concerned, and that board compensation that was recommended. Because we were exempted from the county policy a few years ago, and they think that they're, I'm sorry, I did some calling around, and it seems that we might fall under a different designation. So when it comes to when we hold our annual meeting, we do believe it is November, because that's what we have traditionally done, the November meeting for our voting. And the board compensation, whether or not it would be different from what's in the law. I'd like for you to consider days for that meeting.
I have a question. The Alabama Code 16, and that state law says that it comes in November, no later than December. I think I've got the law. I just didn't bring it with me.
Right.
And state law supersedes local.
I have that same law, but my advice was to check with legal and let them assure us as to whether or not we do meet in November or December to have that annual meeting. And they ask us to please make certain that we are aware of that school board compensation, because it will not be the same as most counties. So if you'll submit dates for that, and I'll put this in writing again a little bit later. Also, we need to talk about evaluation processes and trainings. The Montgomery County Board of Education will annually evaluate the CSFO, the superintendent, and the in-house attorney. AASB has developed trainings, and our team does qualify for the initial free training. More information is going to be brought to this board for further discussion, but I'd like to know if you have any input as to other sources to conduct that training, if I can proceed with talking to AASB about those trainings. Whatever your feedback is, we will move on that as well. The third one, memberships in approved associations. We talked about having memberships in other associations. Currently, we hold memberships in the Alabama Association of School Boards and the Consortium of State School Boards Associations. We have in the past held membership with the National Association of School Boards, and we would like to discuss reconnecting with that body, and we seek recommendations of other bodies that we might be interested in holding memberships with. I'm asking that you please be prepared to recommend possible memberships to our board, for our October meeting for discussion. And you do not have a copy of this one. I will have to write it up so that it can go on file. But there's one that, for lack of a better name, we'll call Next Steps. This evening, we acted on 2 resignation letters, Mr. Arthur Watts and Dr. Melvin J. Brown. So this body is going to have to collaborate so that we know how we will be able to move forward, make our next steps, ensuring that operations run smoothly, that we are very thoughtful in our processes. We know that there has been a great impact, on our community over the past few days, but we don't want that impact to negatively affect the work of this district. So we are hoping that we can come together and identify goals and expectations for our support of our staff, our students, and our relationships, so that there are no disruptions to our student learning. We want to identify goals and outcomes that we will commit to during this process, and whatever might be of concern or interest to each of us. So those are 4 items that we will be working on over the next few days, and hopefully we will have good information to discuss at our October meeting. Are there additional items to be discussed? Hearing no additional items, this meeting is adjourned.